这个我最讨厌的日子又到了，我宣布，2026年愚人节取消！
愚人必须过节！
哪里跑？人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我的。
这个我最讨厌的日子又到了。我宣布，2026年愚人节取消。
愚人必须过节。
哪里跑？人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我到。
Golden legendary!
这个我最讨厌的日子又到了。我宣布，2026年愚人节取消！
愚人必须过节！
哪里跑？人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我到。
这个我最讨厌的日子又到了。我宣布，2026年愚人节取消。
愚人必须过节。
哪里跑？人鱼你好，请问有看到愚人经过吗？
我到。
Hello everybody and welcome to NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League lower bracket for trios round 2. I'm Got Moxie, I'm joined by Raven, and we have the absolute pleasure of bringing you through 6 games to be able to determine who are going to be able to go forward into the stage 2 finals on Sunday.
Things are heating up now, Moxie. Lower bracket round 2 means only 4 are going to be able to go to these finals. And so far, the new rule set, a lot of people were hesitant to accept the smaller amount of teams. But so far, it's been action-packed. A little bit different, but different has been good so far. But what's not different is getting your Nbpl Twitch drops. 50 minutes for some Tay, 30 minutes for some Silk, or 60 minutes for some XP. But remember, the cool exclusive stuff, you have to join us for finals. But you know what? If you're here tonight, welcome to some exciting trios. And you know what, Moxie? My favorite part of trios is the 3v3 martial arts. We've seen it evolve. At first, it was kind of all over the place, but now we've seen functionally that the teams are very used to it, and we're seeing a lot of very interesting counterplay. And my favorite part is we're seeing trios players take it to the next level when it comes to finesse and mechanical prowess that we usually only see in solos, but now we're seeing team play combos and team play lockdowns that are very, very interesting. I would say this year's gonna be exciting to see where teams end up as far as skill level when it comes to Jacob.
Yeah, I think like the versus matchup, like you said, it's brought a whole new sort of meta to Nbpl, to the point that we're actually like seeing compositions purely played for that versus matchup, because a lot of teams, like previously, the versus matchup wasn't really that impactful in terms of points that you could pick up. Now it gives you a whole lot of score to be able to get much closer to that match point threshold. You can like really quickly find yourself on match point threshold if you come first in the versus matchup and then do really, really well on your first and second matches on the actual battle royale aspect of the day. And we've seen multiple teams, you know, end the day out early when we have the finals and just be like, oh yeah, half day. We clock in, we play our 4 games, we win our versus matchup, and then GG's, we're done, we're over the line. So I think a lot of teams now are having to put much more focus on that aspect. Plus the dueling aspect of like the battle royale. Realm of Yang has always been important, but now that we have smaller lobbies, getting hit by Yang depletion has become that much harder to actually be able to cleanse, especially since we're still seeing compositions that have like the Zipping, the Kurumi, really like good comps that are just able to sustain through Realm of Yang, to the point that sometimes we're seeing a lot of timeouts, which means that multiple teams get hit with Yang depletion and you're forced to have to take a fight and then get third partied by someone else showing up a little bit later.
Yeah, something that's very important in a lot of other games is TTK, time to kill. For the longest time in trios, it was mainly a parry fest where another team would sit there, play very, very safe, hope that the enemy team would throw a bad parry out or land a parry to set up an opener. But now we're seeing an evolution of the game that it was like a low-key secret that the most of the time people focused on composition, but because of martial arts and there being no range, we've seen weapon combinations since all the teams are allowed to cherry pick and choose their ideal weapon combos. And we've seen at first flying knives, the addition of flying knives to the games, just teams sharing the flying knives and having 3 of them on deck. But we saw the last couple tournaments that I casted personally, a double spear with flying knives as an alternative. That's something that in those hidden practice sessions that are a lot more public now, a lot of the Nbpl teams are willing to show their 3v3 on stream now. Before it was kind of a kept secret. Spear, triple spear was nonsensical. At some point when you're in that arena, you try all the different weapon compositions, triple pole sword, triple fan, triple flying knives being one of the best. But now we're seeing the finesse of the lockdown, where teammates are setting up each other to guarantee to finish off their opponents quickly, not relying on the enemy to make a mistake, instead forcing them to make mistakes.
I feel like as well, you can't really allow people to just get away. considering we've seen so many times like zip sustainability with that F, it becomes so hard if you don't manage to lock that zip down to actually just bag an elimination. So having that spear to be able to follow through plus the Dragon Slayers into just the full lockdown follow through can be really strong. But here we go, this is our versus matchups. We'll be starting off with WBG versus RW, then YZG versus OUG, 521 versus GG, before finishing with FPX and IG to determine who wins the first stage of the versus matchup, because we now do play it in full. Something that I am very excited that we get to see. It's not just a case of like we only see one round of it and then we go, okay, cool, that's that done with, pack it up until we go to the next day. We'll just go back to our game 2. But something that like I really wanted to get your sort of just opinion on was, how well do you think this hardy, zip composition is going to fare, especially now that we're seeing more and more teams use Viper Akos or Viper Tianhai in the versus matchup of the day?
It was kind of like what we saw last year near the end with Viper, Syra, Justina being pushed to the absolute limit. We're seeing the limitations finally hit of the hottie composition with Viper and Akos being paired to trap that bird, not let him get away, secure the kill. Because for the longest time in the earlier parts of this year, it was very, very tanky. Hottie, Zipping, and Enor are just very, very hard to lock down, and still have a ton of burst, but more importantly, a ton of peel for each other. They're able to keep each other alive very, very effectively. So the fact that the burst composition, the Viper composition, is finding a way to lock them down, I think it really, really comes down to the finesse of team play outside of the ability cooldown rotation. We've seen a lot of teams strategize now with different pillar options. It's no longer everyone just grapples straight up and you land and see what kind of happens. A lot of the time, since Zipping is a very important target to force out her cooldown, her support cooldown, we've seen a lot of teams do interesting setups to flush her out and force her into bad positions. I'm curious to see, did the teams pick up on this? Just because it's been widely known that a lot of teams just watch what the top teams do, kind of replicate, see what they can pull off, and see what they can improve on. So I'm hoping that the upper bracket has trickled down even to a lot of these teams. Our old titans, GG, we've seen them always start seasons kind of slow, and then near the end of the year, the synergy coming through, a lot of their old habits breaking through and evolving. But this team has always been very systematic and straightforward when it comes to the basics. So just changing their fundamentals, they're always one of the slower teams to adopt the new meta. But when they do, they usually are at the top 5 of the league.
Yeah, RW has been impressing lately. We saw them go through the lower bracket run the first time around for stage 1, and they did very, very well, for the most part leading the lobby for most of the day. So very aggressive team, very much momentum taking team. As a 521 as well, one of our very, very early teams that crossed over, came through into CN, wanted to boot camp basically into Nbpl to have practice before they headed off to Jacob. They were really, really good, like mechanically. It was just the macro they were a little bit behind. So we know that they can win their fights. We know that like when we're looking at this versus matchup, 521 are always having a very good chance of being able to win out these 3 versus 3s, given the sparring partners that they had previously, the likes of JL, where they were able to very quickly improve their 3 versus 3 aspect for both the versus but also their realm of Yang matchups. And they too had to go through the lower bracket last time to be able to get into the stage 1 finals. And it came down to the wire, Raven. I still remember game 6. It's like having to see 521 truly pop off if they wanted a chance of being able to qualify.
What's nice about lower bracket is you get a little bit more games to get there, but the hard part is you do have to get there. Now, we've seen in the past that usually the middle of the pack is very, very close. It's never a decisive landslide victory with the current rule set, which makes the last couple of games very, very exciting, because at the end of the day, it's always a mirror matchup to close out the qualifying round. It is a little bit different than MVP rounds, because top 4 is the most important, so your strategy does change a little bit. Unfortunately, though, it doesn't change that much, because we've seen that you need to be aggressive. You need to get in there if you hope to be successful under the new rule set. Generally, teams who take more engagements have a better chance of qualifying. You can't really coast. That old GG playstyle where you play for endgame doesn't work anymore, because the majority of the kills aren't there anymore in endgame. The lobby thins out a lot more. The Yang
Well, we don't see endgame a lot of the time.
There's no
endgame is not zone close. Endgame is last spirit well control, essentially. And then someone gets that buff and just rolls the rest of the lobby.
Yes. My favorite part is to see the trios teams get so close to closing out that it ends up being multiple solos left in the end, just because of how evenly matched everyone is. That's the most. I mean, do I prefer? I loved personally the crazy monk end games. The crazy
16.
end games.
Yeah, 16 Vajras in the last zone. Those were classics.
Now things are a bit easier to follow. There's less people on the screen and just a lot more tactical fighting. One thing that I think will be curious moving forward is how is Yang depletion really necessary with so many people, not that many teams being alive, as we go into our first matchup of the day, the opener being the tricky Viper opener. We got the Viper Valda Monk versus the Akos Viper, something we haven't seen yet. I haven't seen a Viper Valda yet coming out from WG.
Oh my goodness.
And it's the classic Wombo wave.
That's the duelist Valda Viper comp. Hold on. We're not running V2. It's just the Wombo. Managed to get the CC and try and go for those grab follow throughs, but RW down both their Viper Cage and their ACOS are not going to be in a great position at the moment, as WBG also not having any of their ultimates to their name. It's just a case of neutral at the moment. Charged R&B comes on through from that fan, gets interrupted though by the LMB coming through from the spear behind into the ACOS F2, has to use the F to be able to combo break out away from that one. 1, 2, goes for the release and manages to cancel out of it into the jump LMB, which will be able to take out the Viper and bring us to the round win coming on out on the side of RW.
Yeah, that F2 from Akos is just too good. Very interesting. We're busting out the old school Wombo combo, but the new school Wombo Akos Viper, a little bit more efficient. But what can WBG?
Look at WBG's comp. Shoyo Yushan Zenda.
Wait, this is the one of the riff compositions. I heard stories about this composition that it started making its way into tournaments just because DRG and WBG loves playing this in their ranked games. Can it really lock down Hadi or Enor? Does it survive the Enor burst? It looks like Enor is getting messed up. Youth getting smacked around the shield, providing some CC, so able to survive the initial opener. But the problem with this meta composition, the sustain, the amount of sustained damage coming out, WBG is now on their last leg surrounded, and RW is almost full health.
So where it went wrong, I think, was WBG expected RW to open with the Eno Zip comp, because when we actually got to see that Viper, it wasn't Silence Viper, it was Shotgun Blast Heal cut Viper. And I think they wanted to be able to use the F to be able to like catch on to the zip and deny that sustainability, but RW did not open with the zip comp, and then it was a mismatch when we went into round 2.
Sneaky with the counter comp. And now we are going to move over to YZG and UG. One of the days I casted, YZG actually won the martial arts. I was very surprised that they're one of the strongest 3v3 teams now. OUG, one of the classics. Baby you, my goat. What can you show me but 17S on the monk, on the just the crack of this pillar, looking for the scoops. He does get peak. And now we're moving into phase 2. No more monk ults online, as Baby U is gonna pop that Hottie ult is gonna be popped. And he is gonna use the cube to get out of here, but 17S, wait, he was giving Baby U the business, and Takeda came over to finish the deal, but Hottie out of the sky is gonna peel over here to try to buy some time, but time is running out for OUG, as Baby U's gonna be the first one to fall.
Yeah, YZG still having that Kurumi ult as well. Going to be able to have later sustainability. There's the recast. Managing to just like try to find this opening onto SS, yeah, the uppercut, to be able to find Cuckoo an opportunity of following through, and this is just a 1 versus 3 that YZG will very quickly be able to finish on through. Now, okay, we get the OUG Tianhai Viper ACOS comp versus the Zip Hardy, and yet again, like, this is a good comp coming on through on the side of OUG, both having that cage as well as the Viper ult. Might just go for ACOS cage plus Tianhai, or ACOS with that Viper. As YZ are going to wait, see what OUG's opening line is before committing on through. Only the F now into the ultimate coming on out. OUG's still going to be holding a lot of their utilities though. We get the Tianhai ultimate coming on through. 1 grab already picked up into that ACOS cage. The jump RMBs from the continue, but everyone's been absolutely locked down. No opportunity to get out and get your zipping out of danger. They've still got the Viper ultimate too. We can see SS just running through with that V1. Another grab comes out. The F silence so you can't combo break your way out of it. And now the V1 comes down, staying on 2 players' hitboxes to guarantee that stun. Looking for the follow-up with the charge LMB, but does get intercepted by the pure coming on through from the teammate. Back into neutral we go, but Raven, that will benefit the Zip if YZG can keep her up.
17S on a sliver of health. The F2 from the Enor just kept everyone alive even though they were stunned. Baby U is going to get a kill, but YZG is going to follow up and take down Baby U. OUG able to get sneaky in the counter comp. Sneaky. They get the snipe that they want. What is this? Justina, Tessa, Kurumi. This is one of the old frame. Don't tell me this is V2.
It's V2.
Oh my god, I can't believe I'm seeing this comp in Nbpl.
Look, it's against a Farrier, okay. Justina V2 to stop the Farrier mech. See, mech comes out, Justina V2 gets the freeze, blocks the range damage, they start to fry the mech's health, comes through with the Tessa charm, so you've got full CC. Like, this mech's about to be enchanted to walk forward, and they've seen an opportunity to get on top of Cuckoo too.
This is a for fun composition, just ults on ults on ults, but the weakness of this is Tessa is very squishy in all this. Baby U's doing a good job of trying to keep Peak alive, but Peak is going to fall. They need to follow up. Kukutu very, very low on YZG. Just a sliver of health, but SS is going to get peeled off. Nice job from YZG to stabilize. They still got Yushan. QGG gonna hit Baby U with the skewer, grilling him up like a nice little kebab, as YZG is gonna say, get that for fun composition out of here. Meta is better for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. It just beats a lot of the jank out there, but I can't believe that I saw Tessa Justina and Pro
Kurumi.
League. I I mean, it's very, very strong. And if you're looking for a very fun composition to play with friends, it's definitely one of the best sustained compositions for rank. But when things get very organized, it kind of will fall to the meta, as we are going to move on to 5-2-1 in GG. A little bit of a mismatch for GG. They're hoping for the Viper composition with the Yushan. Instead, they got the Hottie. 5-2-1.
Yeah.
They are going to stretch this out for as long as possible with their Enor, but 3-3-0 showing everyone the OG Enor, the Yushan, able to sustain and peel for his teammates, taking this to phase 2. But Fat Milk getting big value off that F2. We've seen the Enor clutch plays so far today. That F2 providing such nice range and peel for his teammates, as Pampy is getting very, very low. LXM's gonna find a secure onto him.
Yeah, that zip going, or the hardy going down rather, means that you lose one of your combo breakers plus one of the ult cycles that you could have had, but they're able to find a trade, potentially find more. CGS is very low, Fat Milk wants to chase it, gets the zip after continue the aggression, forces out the combo breaker. Peel has to come in from the side of LXM, but he goes low, big parry comes on out from Akame. Fat Milk guarding for his zipping, manages to take it into a 2 versus 1 situation, and 5-1 are able to turn the situation to their favor, as all they get the lockdown comp that they're looking for. GG, unfortunately for them. Uno Zip Hardy versus Viper Syra Akos. The 3 horsemen of the stun apocalypse are on the side of 5-2-1. Pampy's not going to be opening with the V1. This Akos Cage 2 has to catch the Hardy when he's in the ultimate, so that he doesn't get to just set the cube up and get the zip out. Uno's already used the F. There comes the Akos Cage combined with the Viper V1, looking for all of the stuns, gets absolutely everyone outside of 3-3. Oh, LXM is so very low and goes down, and they've still got a Syra ult to boot. There's the V2, out comes the laser beam, 8 seconds are about to end, which means that the stun dazzle is going to be able to connect onto CJS, but 3-3 was able to come on through with the F. Did take a lot of damage with the spear, full follow through though, and that scoops 3-3-0 at the same time too, and 5-2-1 close out the fight, all players alive, as oh my goodness, look at the comp Raven. We've got Zenda mirror match?
This is a lot of jank. More jank. Wait. This is the comp that I heard legends about. Temi Zendawu Shayo is the really good ranked comp that is taking over Immortal War, Rift, everything. Everyone is running this right now. FPX, what can you show me? Why does this comp work? Now, I'm not gonna lie, IG's composition, not the biggest fan of how I've seen Feria perform in trios lately, as Han. He's gonna get put into the Temi wall. Plus the Shayo. Oh, my man is quick. Deaded, no peel, no Feria mech, nothing, as IG is gonna lose their Zendawu. That Temi wall, the geometry, the sand, it's a beach that you don't want to go to, the Temi beach. There's no water, it's just sand.
It's F2 Zenda. Okay. Yeah, that's the one where it like actually picks up enemies and just like holds them in position, which is how they were able to get that really quick kill onto IG's player. Like, you just send out the Zenda F, you have 2 of your players just sit on that person and full send all of your focus hits. They get very little chance to do much of anything, but it's a little bit more dangerous in solo, since it's the F2 variant, not the F1. It means no combo break. But once again, we get the Viper Akos Syra matchup into this Hardy Eno Zip composition, and they'll wait for that Eno to have to come on through before they full send out that ult. We've actually got the Hardy using ult first, the Zip having to force ult as well, as everyone has been locked down inside this stun cage. Water gets hit by the Thundermark coming on through from the Eno ult, but he's already done his job with that V1, looking to stun up some of these players. Although, Kiki doesn't have the Syra ult to be able to finish this up and try and stabilize FPX's players through this Eno ultimate. Water's going very low, is about to evaporate under the scrutiny. The uppercut means that you have no chance of dodging the Eno ult's follow through, and IG have been able to turn the fight. XX Moon might be low, but that's a Zip. Give it one cycle of F and you'll be back to full health.
Great job by IG's Enor, using his ult to iframe, deny the Viper stun, and he comes in perfectly to help his teammates out so they can't get bursted while they're sitting there stunned and dazed. Nothing they can do. Really, really nice play. Considering I would say it's not a full counter anymore. It's pretty evenly matched. Now we get the flip side. We switch roles. Can FPX to repeat the same thing over?
Kurumi instead of Syra, though.
Oh, I remember someone else ran this strategy where they use this to stall out the Eno. They stayed on the side just like they're doing right now. A little triangle defense, waiting, binding their time, and FPX, they're not falling for it. You know, we're not gonna be going out into the open right there. We're gonna wait for that Kurumi tether to fade out. Bind times like no. I insist you go first. No.
This is like trying to just like get around the street. You go left, I go right, and then someone tries to go right when you go left.
And you bump heads. It's like, yeah, both teams with a defensive strategy. When two defensive strategies defend. Oh, Han is just like, hey, how dare you throw knives into the sky? Look at me when I fight you. As IG is gonna jump in, pop the Echo, so pop the Viper ultimate, and execute Kiki. Goodbye, my friend. The bonks of that spear doing too much damage. Han playing around too much. That's what happens when you play around too much. Han's gonna come over there and punish you for it. And it's gonna be looked up for FPX, considering we still got a Kurumi over here to keep everyone alive. The F3 is gonna be coming out. There's a little bit of danger here. Wait a second. You don't want to give up some parries right here. Oh, water gets parried. And re-staggered. It looked a little dicey. It was 2v3able. Until my man got buried. I think that's the first time we've seen a little bit of a stall. Insisting that you go first, my friends.
No one wanting to make this first move. Okay, so IG again will be showing off this Feria and Xunhuan Li composition versus 5-2-1 with the Eno Hardy zipping. We'll see if this Xander F is as successful as it was previously, just at being able to bag the first kill and take that fight advantage. Oh, Han comes on through with the ultimate, instantly now applying that pressure, getting the damage boost as well. Look at the mobility that it affords, but Akami's got the zip ultimate, has to pop it now. Out comes the Feria mech too with the drop down, and the side of 5-2-1 don't really have anything to be able to stun this, which means that Feria mech is just applying so much damage from afar, and they can't do anything. The Hardy can like interfere with the rest of the players on the front line, but everyone else is just eating primary and cannon fire shots to the point that Akame goes down. You've even used your Hardy ultimate just trying to block out IG's front line, so the moment that your Eno ult drops up, you're going to be very vulnerable to go into a 3 versus 1 situation. Yep, there's the Xander F setting up the kill onto Fat Milk before Nbpl can come on through from his third, and now this is just a case of tracking the Hardy's F and using the verticality of the flying knives to be able to get the damage before he can drop.
Ooh. My man got pewed. There is nowhere to go. Akame did his best, but he got lit up. As 5-2-1's gonna have Nice Viper counter. Again, can they cage the bird? F2 is going to be coming in from the Enor. Swerving in. 5-2-1 though. Trying to draw them out into the open. Dodging dive bombs from Hadi. Oh, Pampy gets smacked. Everyone's a little bit low, but oh no, Fat Mill's taking a little bit too much damage. He's gonna have to pop that Cyro to heal everyone up, and now they're gonna activate. But Han is going to pop his Enor ult before it goes wrong, but now they're zoning out. They're letting everyone know. Oh my goodness! Wait!
Yeah,
like
no Hadi ult too, so you can't just cube out of the Akos cage. Oh, XXL's down. Dragon Slayers follow through. Yeah, like that Syra ult with the powerful stun dazzle, the moment that you know, gets hit by it, like they're just going to use the Viper V1 to extend, because if you try to iframe out of it, you have to cancel your ult and you're vulnerable. That's the only way you'll be able to iframe the hit.
Interesting. I haven't seen that line yet. Zoning everyone up. Syra into Viper ult. Normally, I think that's the first time I've seen Enor get execute before anyone else.
I mean, it could be just a sort of case of the situation though, since the Syra got low enough that you didn't want to drop without using ult.
5-2-1 now opening up with the Monk ultimate. Kurumi ult already going down, keeping everyone nice and healthy. As Pampy gets 2 scoops. Go. Can we get a Sunday? Yes, we can. Oh, but we don't get the last little bit of syrup for the double grab. Pampy is going to drop one of them as he de-transforms. No ults to anyone's names, but Pampy gets a nice parry onto XXL. Wait a second. XXL, where you going, buddy? Where you going? You're going nowhere. Pampy is going to close out. Zipping Akame, though, very, very low. And now IG's going to turn this around into a 2v2, but short-lived as 5-2-1 puts him into the teamwork wombo combo. A little bit of uppercut into focus attacks. Full lockdown.
Yeah, I mean, we went from double parry. We went from double parry into double uppercut into double focus attack follow through. 5-2-1, very much on the same wavelength, for better or for worse, as YZG now get the Tianhai Takeda Kurumi comp to match up into RW's Akos Syra Viper. Akos cage comes out, YZG all going to be stuck within it, getting hit by all of this damage alongside that Syra ult. 17S uses the Tianhai ult. We've still got Viper, though, and that Syra ult just ended, which means that, yep, there's the second stun coming on through from that powerful dazzle, giving everyone the opportunity of hiding behind the pillar before 17S can look for these grab opportunities. What's worse for him is that he's going to be out of Tianhai state, and now you have to deal with a Viper V1. So this is going to be very problematic. Does manage to iframe the stun connection from that Viper V1 by the cancellation of the Tianhai ult. It came for just a little bit too early, and AV is taken down for it. QGG still having those Furin shoves as well when the Tianhai ult was active, just being able to stagger out RW's players since they'd burned through both their Syra and their Akos ultimate.
What the double staff flying knives? What is this shenanigans YZG's running with that? Really, really good stuff from 17S, just locking down the situations. They were essentially never pressured, really. Most of them very full health, keeping full control, denying all of the burst potential of the Akos Viper Wombo. As QGG on the Enor, looking to take this dance with the other Eno, tangoing up on the outskirts as both of them are, you know what, let's just go back and help our respective teams, as the Zippings are now getting all of the attention from the Enors, as U1 is getting the business. Cuckoo 2, though, the secondary target, going very, very low. Oh, the F did heal him up. Wait. All of his health just got deleted. It helped him for a second, but not for too long, as Youth is very, very low. Both zippings are going to fall. We're down to a 2v2. Who's going to win this one? Very, very close, as Youth, very low, is going to make some space as RB finds the parry onto QGG. And Youth comes out of nowhere with the LMB. Very, very low health. Just getting the staggers onto 17S. 17S has been here before. Can he find the clutch? No, he cannot. As RW is going to steal that one away.
Oh, that turn was brutal. It really did not look like the LMB was meant for him. And then just the mix-up comes out of left field. Now we get the 1 versus 1 for this last round. Feria Yushan Shenhuan versus Tianhai Kurumi Takeda. Maybe going up into the sky instantly actually goes for the Tianhai transformation. Very early on, we also got the Yushan ultimate at the same time from QGG, just trying to split some of the attention, also make it harder for AB to be able to grab out. Some players, you've only got 2 players you can grab now as opposed to the 3. But he's already half-health on the transformation. AB's looking for a grab onto 17S. This players might be able to set it up. Grabs the Feria before she can go into the mech, but she manages to make it back once the ultimate has dropped out. And now we have the Kurumi ultimate trying to stabilize everyone through the Feria's mech cast. 17S with the cannon shot is able to find the connection onto Youth back to back with the follow through from his teammates, taking us into a 3 versus 2 situation. Booster's still on the field, Yuan goes down. 1 versus 3 situation now, which becomes a lot harder to be able to win, especially with the staff R&B scoop up into the follow through from the knives. And we have our final round for the versus. It will be 5-1, going head to head with YZG.
RW bet it all on the Takeda Monk combo. Doesn't pan out for them. They end up just getting squished out of existence, as now 5-1 representing the global scene versus YZG. 17S has been on a roll. Fat Milk, what can you show us? He gets an R&B into 17S, but just a little bit of just a flesh wound, as 17S is going to pop that Monk ultimate, try to get the Enor lacking, but Fat Milk using the pillars, waiting to activate at the precise moment to help with his team. Akame's taking too much pressure, but it's a little bit too late. Akame's health gets dipped, and this is what RW was trying to do. They're trying to land that lockdown with the Takeda Monk combo. This time 5-1, the victim of the Takeda Monk wombo. Kurumi ult's gonna come out to stabilize the skewer, but Fat Milk says it's not over. I'm still fighting my way through this. Both the 5-2-1 members, very, very high health. Possible to clutch here as 17S looks for the uppercut combo, but Fat Milk able to dodge out of here. But Kukutu comes out of nowhere. Battle Kurumi. Smackety smack smack. Nah. Fat Milk. No clutching up here. Kurumi's going to secure the kill as 17S and crew is going to clean up 5-2-1.
YZG 1 up. If they win it here, they win the versus matchup. And oh, it's not a good matchup for YZG. Syra, Viper, Akos, the full counter comp that 5-2-1 were banking on, matching up into the hardy Eno Zip, and they're able to secure the fight. Pampy with the Viper V1 also has that silence though, as opposed to the shotgun blast of Heel Cut. As we get a very early Eno ult, just putting the pressure onto this Viper, trying to just get this kill, forcing out that Akos cage. 2 players will be locked up into the Viper V1 stun, potentially. 17S very, very low. The follow through almost there, but they haven't been able to secure it just yet. Syra V2 comes on out now, trying to stick that position as it ends onto one of these players to get hit with that powerful dazzle, but no one is actually going to get stunned at the tail end of it. And we've got the Hardy ultimate really coming through quite late on the side of YZG, which now means that things like that Zip have a much safer time now that they they have a cube to be able to act as a combo break. Pampy is not going to be able to peel for Akame, does come through with the F, but there's the cube being employed to make sure that there's no follow-up damage off of the back of it. And YZG feel like it's just a case of finish off at the moment. QGG keeping the Viper occupied with the LMBs from those fist blades, setting up for the knives to find the kill. And 3 versus 1, YZG will close us out 2 versus 0.
Oof, oof, oof. 5-2-1, so close. You see YZG's Enor come and taunt the Viper, trying to fake the Viper silence out, but 5-2-1 makes the right call, doesn't blow the silence, but he ends up taking way too much damage from the Enor. Doesn't get the ideal positioning. Really, really good adjustment for YZG to not really give the 2 priority targets, Zipping and Hottie, a chance to get execute. Instead, Enor gets in there, threads the needle. If he gets silenced there, he gets killed. But my man pops the ultimate, gets some momentum going their way, and it's Hottie Enor is so tanky, so bursty. There's not a lot of weaknesses when you have that lockdown. Just the second you figure out what the Viper team really wants to wombo for, you can really break up that burst. And YZG showing why they win these martial art tournaments. Every time I've seen YZG in it, besides when TE's there as well, they've always won it when I have watched and casted these lower brackets.
Well, a memorable martial arts, that's for sure. We saw so many strange compositions come through. We had the meta compositions, which will continue when we head into the Battle Royale portion of the day. But we saw some exclusive to martial arts for fun, as Raven would put it. Compositions coming on through. I'm happy that Zenda is sort of finding a little bit more of a foothold in terms of the martial art comps. I was really hoping that we would get to see a team like properly use the potential of her, because being able to lock up an enemy and just hold them there feels like a really strong way to be able to start off some of these fights, Raven.
I blocked out all the 4 fun compositions, but don't block this out, ladies and gentlemen. Answer for the treasures. Make sure to put your answers in the Twitch chat. Which 2 teams were competing against each other in game 1? Was it A, WBG versus RW, B, FPX versus OUG, C, WBG versus OUG, or D, GG versus IG?
I don't think I've seen a question like that before.
Yeah, I'm confused. I'm confusing myself by saying all the team names. I was like, wait a second. There's a lot of letters that I just set out, and then plus A, B, C, or D. I'm confused.
Pretty much the whole alphabet.
Yeah. That was the first of its kind. We've done a lot of questions, Moxley, and whoever's doing the new questions, we've taken it to university level of NARAKA questions. Before I'm not gonna lie, we were in kindergarten, you know. I appreciate the layups to make us all feel very smart. Now you're gonna have to be studying for these pop quizzes if you want to get these correct, or you just cheat off your neighbor. You know, whatever someone says in front of you, you just gotta hope you're cheating off the smart neighbor. Smile. And now we're moving on to the Battle Royale aspect today. The next 5 rounds in Battle Royale, first 4 rounds having Firefly is gonna be very ooga booga. Non-stop ultimate actions, and so far we've seen in the league that everyone likes to land on Fireflies, and at least one player goes that initial rage to get that ultimate very early. Now we are going to review the victory. Exciting to see 5-2-1 climb all the way there, but YZG on the back of 17S. I'm not gonna lie, 17S was playing lights out. Just no mistake, 0 mistakes in the neutral. I think he got hit once when he was in the Kurumi ultimate. That was the only time I saw him lose a neutral engagement, and it didn't even matter. He's in the Kurumi ultimate, so he's just chilling, bathing in armor. As YZG is gonna walk away with 8 points, 5-2-1 with 4, IG and RW with 2, and the rest of the lobby is 0. Now,
Yeah.
just because you win martial arts doesn't mean you're going to win battle royale, but it's like extra credit points on the test.
Well, not just that, it's also like it gives you more of a sense of relief, right? Because top 4 teams will be able to make it through to the stage 2 finals on Sunday. Bottom 4 teams we say bye-bye to. So having those 8 points to be able to fall back onto in case one of your battle royale games is a little bit inconsistent is always a nice safety net. As having a look at some of our highlights coming on through from that versus matchup, 17S on the TN high gets the slam onto the zipping, looks for the reverb as we get the setup coming on through from those Furin shoves on the side of QGG, the wombo combo. 17S now with charge R&B looking for the hit onto the Syra, gets parried out of it, still manages to try to set up this cube, but does get hit by that Akos Cage Tether, so just cannot get out. Now he gets to set up the ultimate and give his players a chance of getting away from all of that, using all of his stamina to be able to escape that Syra stun, setting up that Hottie ultimate, looking for the triple charge hit to just knock these players down and try to find an opening for his team to be able to land the kill and take it to a 3 versus 2 situation. It's so fun to get to see like Hardy players because they see so much of the fight and they have to be both aggressive but also defensive at different times of the fight's duration.
Yeah, with the dawn of flying knives, Hadi doesn't just have pure safety in the air anymore. At any point, the double charge can come flying out. And it's interesting. It's kind of like how martial arts have improved everyone mechanically. The nerf to Hadi so he can't heal in midair, I feel like has made a lot of the Hadi play a lot cleaner. That he is able to have high impact even though he's not full health by either baiting himself, like, hey, I'm 1 HP, try to hit me with the flying knives, and just weaving in and out. It's very, very hard to hit a Hottie who does not want to be hit, who's concentrating on dodging the situations. We see 17S get focus fired and thread the needle, barely surviving in that position, and then still having really big impact. Even though he's 1 HP, he immediately gets in there and does his job, gets the cube down, comes back in after 1 heal just to throw support. The most interesting thing I saw, though, from YZG is double staff. I haven't seen any team run double staff. Usually we see some variation of double flying knives in X. We saw a little bit of nunnies, a little bit of fist blades, but now double staff being used. I'm curious to see how that's going to play out in finals versus the other really heavy hitters in the lobby, and to see how that really plays out versus double flying knives. I'm curious because they only run that weapon composition on their monk, I believe monk Takeda crew. So very, very interesting. Staff over spear, which only thing I can think of is the R&B gives you a little bit more of a good mix-up option. Plus it's purple at the end of it, so you're not going to get focus. It's a little bit more reliable of a focus attack than spear, but it's multi-hit. It's not like spear where you get that huge bunks, which we've seen all the Viper comps run spear just because of that big damage off the R&B. Pole Sword used to be the big damage nuking weapon, but Pole Sword received so many nerfs over the years. Spear actually does quite a bit of damage and still has that very, very nice overhold mechanic. Only a couple weapons you can hold focus attack for a very long time: Pole Sword, Spear Staff. So it really gives you that extra option to stall out defensively. As we've seen outside of the anti-burst Hottie composition, Takeda Monk being very, very tanky. We saw the stalemate where both teams were staring at each other for the first time in martial arts. A little bit of staring contest. No, you go first. No, you go first. Now in Battle Royale, it's not the case anymore. Everyone wants to go first, and usually first games of the day start out slow, but we've seen past times, Moxie, everyone just comes swinging and tries to get that big game early now.
Yeah, speaking about, we're going to be heading just in a minute, basically, into our first battle royale for the day. What I find like really surprising when we started this 2026 split, we saw the rise of the Viper to the point that we saw 3 of them running around in the same lobby, and we didn't really see the Hardy Zip composition actually MVP a whole lot in those early weeks. So we sort of were floating the theory of, okay, does this mean it will be replaced in terms of phase 1, or is it going to continue to be the Viper slips through to phase 2? There's potentially an identity crisis of 50-50 split on those teams within phase 2 to the point that it then slips even further down into phase 3, and that's how we get 3 of them running around the shop. But what's been really interesting for me is that they're still going with the Hardy Zip comp for phase 1, and the Viper is still slipping more and more and more down. We're still seeing 3 Vipers at certain points, especially on like Morris Isle maps, just run the lobby, and Padoria too. But the fact that everyone is just sticking to their guns, like there's no deviation, we're not really seeing any new compositions come through, despite more time having passed, which would allow teams to work out like, okay, do we actually have to go for that Viper? Or do we want to let it continue to go into 3 teams? And I sort of wanted to ask you what your opinion on that was. Like, do you think there's a specific reason for why teams are okay letting 3 Vipers through, even though it means that the Hardy Zip comp will have a much harder time?
Yeah, the Hardy Zip comp is just too strong. No one cares. And Hardy has always done well on Padoria, just because of how much vertical terrain there is with cliff sides. The cube just gets so much value when you try to chase them down with Viper Akos lockdown. You can smack people away very easily with the Enor or with the Hardy. Now, before it would get even more value in endgame, which we're not seeing as much as you pointed out, Moxie, the Viper compositions run amok. It only happens really because in phase 2, all it takes is one team to not double up and not run double weapon, and you get 3 Vipers in the lobby, and 3 Vipers is a lot better than 1 Viper. So it really depends on whether or not everyone's done their homework, because it's happened multiple weeks at this point.
Yeah, it's still happening. I was sifting through like the past days to see like, okay, phase 2, are we locking Viper? No, it's still happening. We're still getting 3 Viper teams running around, which I thought like that would probably be the next turn, right? If it wasn't just phasing it out instantly. But no, that's why I find it so interesting. Because last time you could say, well, okay, it's still relatively new. It might have caught some teams by surprise, and going into it on the day, you have a plan. You've already like talked to your coaches, spent multiple hours saying like, for this map we will play this comp, for this map we will play this comp. If you sort of go off the beaten path, literally just off gut feeling from the day, things can very quickly turn sour because you're just not as VODed and prepared for the composition that you end up on. But even with what, multiple weeks now of opportunity, teams are still letting the Viper comp slip through phase 2.
Well, there's not much you can do except run triple Yushan. That's what we've seen in response. If the Vipers get through, the rest of the lobby gets on that Yushan Shuhan and Justina to counter the Vipers. You end up getting 2 run it down compositions as the hotties try to make it into Yang safely, to play it slow. I imagine we're gonna see more of that, but you never know. We're up for some prizes, a little bit of off-meta gaming during the martial arts part of the tournament. I imagine we're gonna see a little bit of some secret weapons used for the Battle Royale aspect, as we got some unorthodox gaming going on today. I don't think it's gonna pan out. I'm a big hater of the new compositions. I haven't seen anything that even looks remotely promising. Maybe the Temi Shayo Dendu. Oh, you were right, Moxie. First round of Viper sneaks in. Hey, we
Yeah,
can get a
it's
triple hottie then.
this.
We can get a
Yeah,
triple
so
hottie
we can get a triple hottie comp, but no, this was actually something that like TE tried a while back too, if you recall, where they played the Syra Viper, and they locked it phase 1. But that means that, yeah, do we see? If it's like, if YZG go for the 50% split here, it's happening, Raven. They're phasing it out at least on phase 2, which is what I wanted, but because there's already a Viper comp locked in phase 1, we're still getting 3 of them. So this has to be Yushan, right? You see that Viper, Syra, Akos are much more expensive, and this just has to straight up be Yushan.
We could get to eat. No, I mean, if you're in third phase, you're kind of expected to play this. So it kind of falls into your already given strategy. The team that gets the short end of the stick is the first team that picked Hottie Eater. They're like, wait a second. Wait a second.
Yeah, everyone's got to be so confused too, because they'll see.
Why
Wait,
are there
Matari.
so many
Wait,
snakes?
Raven, Matari, it's happening. This was another theory that Matari would be brought into back into NBPL meta because you would be running into multiple Vipers. So what the teams in phase 4 have been seeing is that Viper, Syra, Akos are all much more expensive. No, IG, we don't trust. There we go. Misclick, not Attacker in Cheers. Sorry, Dunk, it's Ferrier. But yeah, Matari's coming back in because Matari's ult directly counters the Viper ult.
No, I mean, does it though? Does it though? She's paired with Feria in this spot, so I'm curious to see how Shayo and Temi and Zendu do into this shenanigan of a lobby, just because you don't really have an answer to Viper. Temi is like a soft answer because he can eye frame using his ability, but it's not. Basically hoping that everyone peels for each other. Shayo ult, I guess, breaks it up a little bit. She'll shield your teammate. Does it? If you're shielded and stunned, but I thought when you're stunned, you still get hit anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's only if they survive the burst. I'm very curious. I want to see it.
There's 3 Vipers though. There's 3 Vipers.
Yeah,
so like if you have to go for a comp, like maybe you can use one ult to live one Viper ult, but then what about the other 2 Viper ults?
I called it. I knew today was gonna have some shenanigans. We got a little bit of some
No Tien high
gaming
as well. I think like teams saw how expensive the Viper unit was, and that Hardy and Zip actually were both not increased. The only unit who was cost increase in the phasing was of that comp was the Eno. So we only have 1 Hardy and 1 Zip in our whole lobby. And no Tianhai because of the 3 Vipers.
We haven't really seen a lot of Monk. I'm trying to think of what map they even play Monk on.
Well, phase 3 and phase 4 would have to go like Tianhai Takeda sometimes. If multiple comps were barred out, then it was almost the instant turn that a lot of teams would feel towards. Oh yeah, see, F2. F2 Xander. Same as what was used in martial arts.
Maybe on Boris they would play Monk, but for the most part, Monk is extinct in Battle Royale. We only see him in martial arts. We saw him initially in the early meta this year, but it's kind of been phased out. He just doesn't get as much value.
No, he's been played on Battle Royale for NbPl this season.
Yeah, but it's not common at all anymore. The strongest teams aren't running it consistently. I'm trying to think. Did he Wolves run it?
GG's run it. I think, yeah, TE's run it too.
Ran it. Can't remember. It's all a blur. I mean, that's why it's not very common to me in phase 3 and 4 anymore. Just because
I think, yeah, I was casting with Dunk at the time when we saw it a lot. Like, we actually had 3 Tianhai teams in a lobby at one point. Which was kind of crazy. The closest you can get back to the 16 Tianhai lobbies, as we're going to be starting things off, not with one of our Viper teams, as, oh, yeah, there we go, instant fighting happening. YZG, with this Viper comp, already been able to lock down GG. QGG's used that silence, looking for the 2 versus 1 to be able to occupy CJS before he can space out. Gets away from the catch of the focus hits coming on through from those dual blades. Akos ults in play as well on the side of 17S, so GG will not be able to disengage, and YZG are able to come through with 3 kills very, very quickly, taking the momentum from winning the martial arts tournament very quickly forward into our first Battle Royale game of the day.
5-2-1. Looking for a timing into the catapult. They'll be going over to the center of the map as FPX lurking IG here, but IG doesn't want any part of it. They want to loot up, and the center building is unlooted as Han and XXL and make their way on this weirdo Matari Feria Zenda composition. This is the first time I've personally seen these composition. I haven't heard whispers of this one being very successful, but we'll have to see, considering it is being applied with a lot of Vipers in the lobby, and maybe, just maybe, the teams aren't prepped for the shenanigans of this new anti-Viper, as we are going to be fighting for control of the Vulpine's essence, the Red Jade, as YZG is going to face off versus OUG. QGG going to pop that Viper ultimate. Look for the stun, but the line of sight SS too sneaky with it. Not going to get stunned right now, as OUG is going to respond with their Viper ultimate with the cage. Kukatu's going to find the kill, but YZG is going to pop the 4th member, the Moonbane, as they try to res Kukatu. Back up, because he does have that Siren ultimate. Baby U is getting juggled, stuck in the cage, and executed against the wall. YZG, they lose their initial member, but the Moonbane recovery, they bring it back.
Yeah, and then the Akos cage as well from 17S, just to guarantee that they get that 1 play from OUG before the res gets cancelled, and will be able to fully recover their game. 4 kills off the back of this, and that's also slowing the momentum down coming through from OUG, who are also on 4 kills currently, despite when we looked at their loot loadout being very, very low. Like, there were a couple of grey armors on their side, as opposed to the purple that YZG were already able to get their hands on too. As WBG will do a little bit of shopping, buy themselves purple armor for their Viper, so that we have the most amount of tankiness on that character, since when you pop that V1, you really do not want to go down. As GG, no surprises, up on the side of Twilight Pass, land in their usual position. Peak, has he been scouted by RW at the moment? The 2 teams very close, as it looks like OUG are coming into the outer edges of the zone in the hopes of being able to recover, both not running into strong teams, but also finding positions of the map that have not yet been looted, as Skygaze is seeing a lot of action. 5-2-1's Pampy in the middle of this Justina V1, having to space out of the fight currently to be able to catch a heal. Looks for their freeze onto Over, will be able to find it. We've got the Zenda ultimate going for at the same time, but FPX's Over is taken down, and 5-2-1 will be able to take the Zenda out, meaning that now it's just up to the Shayol and the Temi to try to outrun 5-2-1's chase.
Fat Milk getting big value over the Justina, as we're going to move over to RW and FPX fighting in zone as Water. Very, very low on the Temi so far. The off-meta gamble. I want this composition to make it to Young to see how it plays out versus everything else. We saw it a little bit in the martial arts.
I mean, they're already, like, fully off the Zenda. That wasn't first life, that was second.
You know, it's all good. Only 8 teams in the lobby, as long as you can navigate, get a res off. Now, teams are a little bit better at hunting. Perdoria is one of those maps where everything's connected because of the catapults. You can really close the distance around the map and have multiple members scouting. So you can cherry pick the best fight possible, as First Yang's going to be coming up very, very soon. YZG and UG both with 4 kills on the board. Same with WBG. As well, something in common with these 3 comps. They all got Viper. They all got... Wait a minute. WBG is doing some weird sacrilegious stuff. Is this a glitch? Viper, Syra, Enor. What?
Yeah, that's a TE comp.
What the oogly booglies? Wait, TE's running this now?
Yeah, TE ran it. Phase 1. They locked it phase 1.
I don't remember.
That's how we ended up with 3 Vipers in this lobby, Raven. They took out both the Hardy and the Zip. Like if Hardy's not there, you wouldn't run Zip because TE.
He's not in a lobby right now.
Yeah, no, but TE's run it earlier.
I feel like I did upper bracket with TE earlier this week. I don't remember them.
Lower bracket. They ran it stage 1.
I don't think I saw them run it when then. I didn't see that day. Very tricky stuff indeed. 2 compositions I want to see go at it. I need to see uncontested fair 3v3. Show me what it's like. Well, wait, this is not fair. YZG is so stacked. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but you're getting to see the Eno Viper Syra at least.
Oh, we are.
And you're getting the Xander versus GG as well.
Versus this. Is it tanky? What do they open on? They immediately dive onto.
Wait, what? The Viper V1 is way earlier than Jiang's. Oh, he makes it behind the pillar. That's huge. The Viper V1 stun from QGG does not stop the Viper V1 coming on through from the other side. Syra V2 on the field. Jiang's getting absolutely fried by both the Whipsword and the Syra Beam. V2's ended, stun dazzles in play, WBG get caught out by that stun, and YZG are absolutely smoking. The Skelesh is parried though. QGG is going to go down for his hubris, taking us into a 2 versus 2 situation. Assault Smolder comes on through. PP low, wants to be able to break away from the fight, guarantee that he gets this heal off before helping out his team, as we have YZG just going for the pillar to do the exact same at the moment and reset us back into neutral.
Gross. Very, very gross. It looked like they were trying to open up onto Akos, and then they just suddenly was like, nope, default line, back to the Vipers. Both Vipers circle around the pillar as 17S and Kukatu looking to clutch this up. And again, wait a minute, 17S creating an opportunity for PP to clutch this up, as Kukatu and PP both relatively same health, as they're going to both trade out a heal. But Kukatu, both of them cancel their first 1 charge, but BB got the Enor ultimate, and we know how this goes down. Can you kite this Enor long enough to get to your Syra ultimate? Kukatu desperately out of stamina, out of breath, as BB tries to line up the last hit, waits for it. Kukatu threading the needle, 1 HP in a dream.
The timeout.
Oh my god, he's jumping LB. Wait, he gets the uppercut. BB's going for a ride.
Timeout.
Timeout. Oh no.
Blazing Cyclone advantage. Eno ult advantage. Gets hit by the uppercut.
That was some sussy Enor. I can't believe he was a sliver of health.
Yeah, one hit.
He stared him down and was like, "You are not going to hit me," and just.
Oh, this is the one you wanted, Raven. This is the Xander comp versus GG, though they lose. Xander ult's already come on through, splitting off some of this Yang. But we do get the Farrier mech being dropped as well at the same time. That's 2 ultimates being burned. GG only utilizing so far this Justina V1. Free will come for the Yushan ult late now. The freeze does connect onto the Farrier mech as well, as CGS now having to contest with still the parting seconds of this Xander ultimate. QGG actually with the flintlocks is able to take down 1. We see CGS having to go into the blink state to be able to just dodge the damage coming on through after hitting all of those Farrier mech primaries. Dodges the grapple follow on through with the Dragon Slayers from that space. CGS has been taken down though, taking us into 2 versus 2 territory. I'll extend with the charged RMB from that fan. Free with a big parry sets up the turn onto Han instead of XXL. The second parry sets up the kill onto the third, and they're able to walk away with the win.
EG with the better. Zero Brown just sets up his teammates perfectly, as on the outside GG is slicing and dicing. 5-2-1. Akame very low. LXM's gonna find the kill, and 3-3-0 is gonna find the kill onto Fat Mill. But wait a second. RW showing up to the party with 1:20 on the Yang depletion. They need some soul blooms, and CGS gonna have to take you out, as CGS is gonna get exploded by Youth. QGG though gonna find the kill into LXM, as well as 3-3-0, shredding them up. YZG coming back with the aggressions, winning martial arts and winning battle royale. Good stuff coming out of YZG, as in the zone RW. It's looking rough. We got 1 minute on the clock, as 17S is gonna make quick work on him, just walking through everyone today.
I mean, 5-2-1 though, are still in soul form. And likely just watching this whole fight go down. The fact that YZG are having to use... By the way, that's the second Akos ult that comes through in that whole fight. 17S gets 2 Akos cages within one fight. As we now have a look at Imperium, oh, that's not a lot of time left to be able to cleanse Yang depletion on the side of IG. They've been able to pick up 1 at least. It looks like XXL was able to grab a bloom, but for Han and XXMu, I think it's go down to the zone so that you don't give a kill away, and then look to buy your teammates back with a rebirth charm. As OUG also not in a great situation, having to res peak in the center of the zone. Second Realm of Yang is going to be spawning, like literally in less than a minute. In fact, there it goes. So many teams are just not in a position to be able to take it.
Everyone's safely going deep into zone because of these catapults. The tech of the catapults connects all of the map, as Baby U's gonna go flying across the map. Woo! And he is gonna pop a heal. First couple zones not doing a ton of damage to your health pool. The Shadow Corruption doesn't build up and do a ton of damage, as we are seeing the stacked GG team.
2 tunas?
Going in first. Is it 2 tunas?
Yeah, LXM used and CGS used, and then LXM dropped for 3-3-0 to take. They both emoted at the same time.
Looks like YZG. I mean, YZG is very stacked, but do you need to go in triple purple armor versus triple purple armor? You got 12 kills already. I guess there's not really multiplier. So.
I mean, do you risk it for getting Yang depletion though? Oh, yeah. Nope, they're not risking it.
Yeah,
5-1. Wait, they do risk it. 5-2-1 goes through to meet GG. YZG might get theirs for free though, since we're already down to 18 players, and a lot of teams currently are still just trying to grab their players back via rebirth charms at the moment. CJS not going to be able to find a connection on the first Dragon Slayers. Goes up into the sky. Looks for the drop down. Bonk. RMB. No one's home where he lands. Pampy looks for the jump parry. CJS finds his parry, but gets interfered before he can actually follow up with the full spin up. CJS now does have both the F as well as the ultimate, still holds it. They're just relying on 3-3-0 on this Yushan ult to buy them time and space instead. Now we get the Justina V1. Oh, catches onto 5-2-1 Zakame. Managing to just put a stop to a lot of this momentum coming on through. Double freeze too onto Fat Milk as well as the Justina from the side of 5-2-1. Dragon Slayers into the spin up. Good interference coming on through from the charged R&B from that whip sword. But CGS still gets another double dash freeze onto these players. He's lost 3-3-0 though. He has to try and find an opportunity to take one of these players on the side of 5-2-1 down. Fat Milk with the F is going to be able to hold his ground. CGS has to go for a heal before he can try and help his teammate, but Fat Milk has been taken down. LMB from the spear. 2 versus 1 situation. Still potentially losable with how low some of these players are, but CGS coming on through around the corner of the pillar with the swap up onto the fist blades. Charged RMB. Not something that Pampy was ready for as we get just the cancels into the parry opportunity. The change of direction from the Dragon Slayers to connect onto LXM to guarantee you get the gold frame spin up coming on through. This is winnable, especially with the back of that parry. He gets another spin up follow through, and we go into a 1 versus 1 situation. CGS with the jump LMBs overholds the LMB, sends it out, and Pampy falls.
Pampy so close, so close. He almost had the big clutch versus GG. Now, I mean, valiant effort from 5-2-1 because GG came into that Yang so stacked. They had full Jades, triple Tuna, triple purple armor. The rich get richer as GG is looking super solid leading into the end game. The Spirit Well good intentions as FPX. Oh, this is the comp I wanted to see. The Shy Old Temmie getting there. We get the Goat Viper.
On second Yang? Or did... Yeah, because... Oh no. It's only 5-1, so YZG got this for free, but their buff's already ended because they got it for free. That's why we don't have a second team with buff in the top right.
Looking at the scores, YZG already up to 11. 19 points total. 5-2-1. Getting a nice 6-piece, climbing up the leaderboard. And the Vipers initially had the lobby on notice, but now the Yushans fighting back against these snakes, these Vipers, finding all those off-spawn skills, as we are going to see FPX versus 5-2-1. Shio ults already going to get popped. Triple shield. Everyone's safe. 5-2-1's like, wait a second, what is this wizardry? Why do I see Shio ult? As FPX is gonna chase them down. We still got 2 more ultimates for 5-2-1. Semi-ultimate plus the buff. 5-2-1 trying to make their way around the cliffside as Pampy out in the open is gonna catch a double charge parry onto Over. Wait a minute, Over.
Yeah.
It's over for him as he is gonna get parried and comboed down the hill.
Yep.
Chopped in half as 5-2-1 is bringing this one back in the 2v3 advantage. Fat Milk, Yushan ultimate. Chasing water into zone. This is where being a transformer kind of stinks as a percentage-based shadow corruption makes it pointless that you're so tanky.
Oh no.
Wait,
OUG are guarding zone. They showed up on the minimap outside of zone. I think 5-2-1 might be able to recover the Yang depletion from picking up 2 soul blooms there. From FPX, problem is that they still have 1 to go and they used ults, and OUG might actually be able to just like guard where they enter that zone as, oh, yep, there it is. OUG waiting, seizing that opportunity with the full lockdown composition. Here it comes. Work smarter, not harder. Just pick apart the weakened players from the side of 5-2-1 to the point that you don't even have to use your ultimates.
Everyone loves some freebies, Moxie. The freebies of everyone coming in from zone scuff fights as we're seeing the Shuhan's ultimate go off. GG's gonna be able to claim the center of the spirit. Well, it looks like YZG is going to fade off. Be like, you got it, GG. We don't want to contest this super stacked Yushan team. Instead, we're gonna live to fight another day. Hopefully, pick off the other straggler teams
flag
as they play for flag.
I mean, is anyone going to contest this composition on flag? If you try, you're walking into Viper Ult, Acos Cage, and Syra V2. So you might kill them, but they'll also get you killed in the process. Let's be honest. Also, I think the only team that's close enough is FPX, but unfortunately FPX, I don't believe have their full team currently up. As OUG are out on the warpath. Yeah, there we go. YZG, unchallenged, will be able to get the cleanse, so no Yang depletion from them, forcing them to have to take a fight. A situation that OUG find themselves in, and we can see just like the stress checking the purple bushes, wanting to see if there's players hidden there. That means that they could just pick someone off. YZG's find them though. Out comes FPX's Kiki as the zone moves, forcing the rotation, something that YZG very quickly jump onto, being able to grab both the kill and some of that loot. Since now, all of those resources, they're so finite. This is where having something like a Zip or a Syra really benefits you in the long run, because there's no weather effects on Padoria that allow all of those troves to replenish.
Yeah, GG in full gold armor. They are the team to beat. And when GG gets here, they're usually lights out. They're usually locked down when it comes to these end games. And we were saying before, we weren't getting end games before, but this end game is looking pretty stacked as half the lobby is still alive. And we're playing for keeps. No one wants to really mess this up. Very interesting terrain. We got a high mountain. And at the top of the mountain, GG raining down some range attacks. So we got the 80% Moonbane holding the center of the map. On the edge, though, 521 looking to take advantage against this ISO, finding WBG's duo. Dragon Sight going to be coming out from Jang, finding the kill. Oh, not finding the kill on the Pampy. Pampy's going to be let alive as OUG sees these two teams beefing and immediately comes over and executes WBG's LB. But Jang is going to find a kill to one of the 521's members. You know, a little cautionary, little extra prize for him.
Oh, the Moonbane Surfers.
Surfing the Moonbane. Oh,
no!
My goodness.
That was personal from Moonbane. He was like, I'll be safe inside the cave. The AoE can't get me. There's a roof above my head. And Moonbane really says, psych. As that is unfortunately 521 taken out of this lobby. Wow, GG laying stake as well on the spirit wall so that players with Yang depletion would not be able to get the buff. To just push that timer back as we now see the contest. YZG holding their space. Syra ult, Viper v1, stun will be connecting onto CJS, who was about to get absolutely melted. But they just can't commit. 330 comes on proof the Yushan ultimate, OUG showing up for the third party, and YZG, understanding that they've burned all of their ults, don't want to be caught in the crossfire when OUG look for that lockdown instead. It truly is a rough time for GG. Deal with one Viper team, live with your ultimates, and then have nothing left outside of this Justina v1 to try to last out the second coming of the Viper composition.
The GG is on a sliver of health. They ate multiple Viper team cooldowns. And YZG up to 15 kills. The GG was the team to beat, and
OUG got up.
As OUG as the Draco Storm now taking down GG's CGS. Peak now taking YZG's 17S. Uh-oh.
Yeah, this one's done. Cuckoo's going into the zone so that he doesn't give a kill to OUG.
Yeah, OUG
but they locked
steals
him.
us away, working the outskirts. They were never the most farm team in the lobby, but they still find a way to extract maximum value out of this game.
So, like, can we stop letting Triple Viper comp through, please? It's probably what every non-Viper team is asking the teams around them. Like, GG, oh, they were in such a good position. And then that Spirit Well actually gets contested because it holds Draco Storm. It's like, that late into the game, the zone's already closed up so much that you just don't have the same level of space to be able to disengage as you did the last time. And so one Viper ult composition comes through onto the side of GG, and they live it with both like the Yushan and Shenhuan ult being used. And then a second Viper team rolls up from OUG, and both YZG and GG, who made that first step, get absolutely played by Tempo.
Well. That's the tough part of going anti-Viper, is you can beat one, but can you beat two?
Or can you beat three? As was the case of that match.
Yeah, we saw the synergy of Syra and Viper is just, it's tough to beat. That's why it dominated a lot of 2025. The heal for Viper takes away a lot of her vulnerability. On top of the fact I don't know why we gave Viper a combo break. That was this Viper just very, very durable now. And we see, even though GG was very, very stacked, they had gold armor, gold weapons, good Viper composition, anti-Viper, they still get pushed off Spirit Wall and squeezed out of the lobby. And our question for you guys, ladies and gentlemen, Moxie has said this multiple times. We're back in kindergarten. How many players use Viper Ning in game 2? Whoever's doing the questions, I feel like they're listening to us. Like, wait, we're taking the university, we're going, making this a little bit easier. Is it A, 1, B, 2, C, 3, or D, 4? This is a little bit more my speed, you know. You should always be given like a 50-50 on multiple choice. There were a couple times where there was no 50-50. I was like, this is a hard question. Might as well have been fill in the blank. Dang, this is so hard. But Moxie was pointing out that in the phasing, you can have 3 Vipers, guys. That's the answer. It's just, if someone decides to not go with the standard play, it opens up the possibility that everyone else can double up later in the phasing, which we saw like triple Viper and triple Yushan as an answer to it. And when we've seen this happen in the past, phase 1 has been mixed up. Now, why phase 1 is important is because the last game of the day is decided by the composition that's played the most in phase 1. And pretty much since the beginning of the season, it's always been Hottie being the mirror matchup day. But will we have Viper as a mirror matchup day? As we're looking at the overall points, YZG gonna take that first place with the big 18 points. Now OUG also gets 13 with GG and 10. Still a lot of points there. Set themselves up pretty to hold on to this top 4 position. 5-2-1 ekes their way up there with 8. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, everyone's competing to not get eliminated today by holding a top 4, as we are going to see the stats of YZG. They were dominant off spawn, dominant in the mid game, and dominant in the end game. Because of that Viper. Because of the Viper, Moxie.
Yeah, turns out Viper early, mid, and late game really, really strong. Especially now that like you give her a composition where she can go into Realm of Yang with and scale up even faster. As YZG feeling the momentum, already 26 total points off of literally just winning first place in the martial arts, first place on game 2. The rest of the teams in lobby though, like we do have a pretty big divide between YZG and then everyone else. So even though GG are above the threshold to be able to get through the games on Sunday, they're not out of danger just yet. As we can have a look and see how exactly YZG were so dominant, starting on off with that Akos F2, already being able to find a 2 versus 1 situation. Oh, Akos F2 into the Viper F as well. That's a really rough one to turn. And then we know that there's an early focus on getting the Akos cage as well. As you can see, like 17S picking up all of the soul blooms to get the ults online so they can guarantee lock these players down and they can't just run off, lengthening out the fight to a point that YZG could be third-partied.
Yeah, 17S has been on fire today. And originally in 2025, the Akos position was Justina, but now with the changes to Akos, the F2 in Trios is just it's too delicious. It just allows you to overhold gold frame, and when you land it, your teammates can land a focus attack. It really helps you win neutral games. On top of the fact, the cage is just so much more reliable than just Justina Dash. A lot easier to execute, and I say it's easier to use than the Temiel. You know, it's like the training wheels, Temiel. You know, everyone gets stuck, they get caged, they get knocked down. Temiel, you kind of have to do some geometry wizardry to land it on people. Not with Akos. Get next to them, put them in the cage, and let's get ready to rumble. Very straightforward. And 17S has been dominated in martial arts and dominated in Battle Royale. As the MVP, though, is going to go to Kukatu. Interesting. On the Syra and with the palm.
It's probably the healing. It's probably the fact that he did 18k healing and 14k damage, as well as having 7 kills and 7 assists.
I think it's because of the hairstyle. that hairstyle is just something else right there. Fluffy.
I mean, what's wild is that the skills and ultimate damage only is accredited to 2.6k. Which means like the V2 isn't really like doing all that much in terms of those fights. A lot of it is literally just like the flying knives being able to fry these players up. Also goes to show like how concise YZG were with their fights. We saw multiple times that from the highlight POV, they're locking players down so that all of that damage is as quickly as possible applied to the health bar, and you go from 100 to 0. So you're limiting the time of those fights so that you don't get third-partied, and when there's multiple Viper comps in the lobby, not getting third-partied is as important in surviving as all of the elements of like Realm of Yang and getting Vermilion Birds my early.
Third party, being late to the party, it's the name of the game. You never want to be the first Viper to go first. We saw a lot of cleanup, but as we're going to be cleaning up, we are going to take a short break as we move on to Game 3. Still a lot of NARAKA to be played today. Don't go anywhere, folks. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for Game 3 of the lower bracket trios. I am Nbpl. I'm joined by Got Moxie. It's been an exciting day of Viper so far. And 17S dominating everyone. As we are going to be moving forward, I believe YZG doubling everyone else's points. But first place, not the most important, just getting top 4 to progress to trios finals. It's playing for keeps. You're either making it a top 4 today or you're going to be watching the sidelines, Moxie.
Yeah, I think for GG, despite not being able to walk away with the overall win, they were able to pick up quite a few points from that first battle royale, which was really important because unusually for them, they actually walked away with 0 points. They lost in the first round of their martial arts tournament, so very much important that they were able to have a good round 2 to be able to make up for that difference, because like Raven said, this is a lower bracket round 2 run, which means that you want to end the day within the top 4. That's the only way you'll be able to qualify into the stage 2 finals and have the opportunity to put as many points as you possibly can together before we head into the overall grand finals, which are very, very close actually if you look at the overall schedule. But I think, Raven, we're going to be looking at the band draft. Like, we're going to be looking at the phasing to say, like, okay, are we letting free Vipers through again? Because if so, it becomes everyone else in the lobby's problem. Like, to the point that we're seeing different compositions get locked with Viper in mind. Comps that we are yet to really get to see properly find its footing within the Nbpl scene.
I mean, I think we already seen some of the lobby's adjustment where it's fine. The snakes are going to get through. You know, they're slippery. They slither their way in because everyone's sneaking them in phase 2. And we saw it in phase 1. Viper's going to get through, but we've seen the lobby adjust by having more than one counter to Viper. Normally, we've seen Yushan, Shuhan, and Justina be the main counter. But we saw some Matari shenanigans try to counter the Viper. And, you know, it's going full circle. Viper's going to be the next squisher on the wheel as we're seeing her rise back to dominance, really showing that Hadi Enor zipping is not the strongest composition. But remember, Hadi zipping Enor was so strong because of Enor. And Enor used to be paired with Yushan and Shuhan at Jacob. So what I imagine moving forward is we could just move Enor around. You know, we already saw Enor get moved to Viper Akos, as you told me that TE did it, and they are a big trend center. So if we're gonna be sniping the hottie, like, all right, Vipers, you want to do some shenanigans like that, we can bring it back to Yushan Enor and get squishing of the Viper shenanigans, because that's what we saw at Jacob. Double transformer, bang, bash bros just jumping on you. Like, what can you do when you got a Yushan slamming onto you and you got the Enor jumping,
do you think
covering everything?
We maybe go back to Yushan Matari the way that we saw. I know we saw it very, very briefly.
Oh, the skewer,
the skewer comp, yeah, from EWC last year.
I wish we would, but I could see Enor. There's probably going to be some variation of Enor getting matched up. I mean, we didn't. I don't believe that the shy old Temi and the Woo is the answer. It didn't seem to get a lot of horsepower. Doesn't feel like that composition does very well off spawn either.
Yeah. Also, like, lacking combo breaker on your Xander is quite a rough position to be in.
It's still very early, so I imagine we're going to have some more surprises. Lower bracket has been very interesting on the take of the current meta. We'll have to see moving forward. Fireflies is also a big part of why Viper is so powerful right now. It's just when you got multiple wombos going down between Syra Viper or Syra Akos, or actually all of them have all of it is a wombo. They all connect to each other. So it doesn't matter which two are going to go. If two of them connect to you, you are going to get exploded. So we'll have to see moving forward. If my prediction is right, that I don't think they'll move Enor today. The Enor Hadi zipping will still be used a lot, just because, again, it's very, very hard for teams to adjust. You put a lot of work into your strategy going into these events, countless amounts of hours ironing out the details. So making a change on the dime without being forced to phasing. We've seen the phasing force people off some of the default compositions, as we are going to see OUG immediately lock in the Hadi Enor zipping. And the same thing with YZG, the two veteran teams saying, like, no Viper shenanigans. Predoria is a very, very good Viper map because of the catapults. You're able to cover a lot of distance. Holoroth, probably the worst out of the three maps for Viper composition.
This is Morris.
Wait, it was Morris. Oh, actually, this Morris is a good Viper map.
Oh, but they iced them. Okay. It's a lockout. It's a lockout. GG 5-2-1. Both teams pick Viper. The whole lobby breathes a huge sigh of relief that we won't have a top-heavy Viper composition running around on Morris Isle with Fireflies. So it's just going to be at Justina, Yushan, Shenhuan, then FBX. Likewise going to do the same, especially seeing that Viper cost is now too high to be able to afford, so they know that there has to be a minimum of 2 of them running around. There's a lot of debate happening, though, at the moment, Raven. For a composition that's not Justina, Shenhuan, Yushan, they're determined to try to see the Zenda composition through.
Taggy told me about this. FBX is just, they're in love with that comp. They're in love with it. It works for them. I still want to see it. They didn't get momentum last game, so maybe this time they'll get some momentum going. We'll see the glory of it, as we are going to see that Temi Wu-Chen out of WBG. I remember seeing this composition and being like, Tessa Temi, what kind of synergy are we working with here? I don't understand this comp. It's kind of like the middle ground of everything. It's not truly an anti-burst team, because it has decent sustain, but like Hadi zipping sustain is insane. It doesn't really have crazy wombo potential. I mean, Tessa Temi is good, but it isn't as crazy as Takeda Monk or Akko's Viper.
It's just a budget comp, though, that they break out in last phase when everything else is too expensive, I think.
Just feel like, let's just play Monk at this point. Like, what? At least bully the Spirit while in endgame. This
but you would be the only Monk team.
You
don't want to be the only Monk team when you have a guaranteed 2 Vipers running around.
It could be the shining star now. It doesn't matter if you're the only Monk team, if you're the biggest Monk on the Spirit well. That's all that matters. First Yang. We've seen Takeda Monk do decent versus Akko's Viper. It does decent as long as you get the stall out. The hardest part is getting past off spawn, just because Takeda Monk is very, very vulnerable off spawn. You don't really have the best cooldowns to fight off spawn, but if you play slow, I can still see it work. But that's what I'm saying. No monks. Everyone doesn't believe in it.
It's too squishy, I feel, to be able to keep up with the pacing of like the hot drop fight with Fireflies, because you rely so heavily for your Tianhai to just like have damage and health of his ultimate based on the rarity of gear that he uses when he first activates it. So like, even if you get Fireflies on your Tianhai and he gets to transform, it's sort of just like zoning. And still very, very squishy in comparison to some of the rest of the characters.
YZG double the points of OUG.
GG? Oh, we lost? That's not Secret Tunnel.
Are we lost? Maybe they moved out. Their lease ended in the tunnel. Their lease ended, and now they've moved out to, you know, a more urban area. The little town next to the Fireflies. I don't see the rationale, though, because anytime you land here, you're just going to get timing by the team that lands on the Fireflies. 5-2-1s on Fireflies, as well as FPX. So maybe they immediately cut south and try to rush to money after they loot here, or rush to Celestra. Very interesting that they land there.
I mean, if they take a fight against IG, then we know that they rush to money spot.
Oh, wait a minute. Maybe it's just a map glitch, because they're challenging the Firefly position.
Oh yeah, they are on
had
Fireflies.
Firefly advantage.
They got them too. LXM has ult. Like, LXM has ult, CGS has ult, Frufrio has ult. That's early rage, so that you can just pick up like one Firefly and be much closer in comparison to needing multiple. And I think RW, no, but yeah, they're in a really rough position. They're just trying to run away from GG. Akos F2 sets up, though, into the cage. And it is now going to be the slaps coming on through. Youth goes low, might get taken down here. CJS is also going low. Frufrio will be able to peel for him coming on out with that Syraf 1, but that means that he goes into the spear spin coming on through afterwards. And this is actually turned against GG. RW are able to pull through the fight instead.
Oh no, GG. A little bit of a ball drop there. As they got parried with one of their one of two weapons. We are moving over to 5-2-1. YZG put onto the heels, but able to turn it around and find the first kill onto Pampy as 17S on the Hottie ultimate. He's gonna come through, but the third party from WBG coming in. Tessa ult, Temi ult. It's a Moonbane team. Smile. The Demi ult plus the Tessa ult doesn't let you get away from the Schmoonbane. Get maximum value as WBG is going to pick up lots of kills here. XXL is going to fall from IG. Han now getting chopped up by the pole swords of WBG. But their Wu Chen PP is getting banged up by XX. LV gonna close the distance though, has a Tessa ult onto him and surrounded, chopped up, and WBG is gonna get 5 kills on this nice little Moonbane rotation.
Yeah, and then if they get challenged because people see the Moonbane on the map and roll up to the mix looking for a third party opportunity, they've got the Witch and teleport to just be able to port that position fully out. Plus, it's Tessa too. Like, when you roll up to a fight, you don't know if she's on her first cast of her ultimate or her second. As OUG are going to be like, wait a moment. Free space in Secret Tunnel, no GG. That's wild. Although, Raven, I'm not going to say that it's a coincidence that GG don't drop Secret Tunnel and lose their first fight. But I will say that maybe when we next see them go Morris Isle, they return back to Secret Tunnel again.
I'm guessing they actually, I don't understand, because they've done it for so long. Maybe it's because the 8-man lobby is that they want to be closer to the main hotspots, so they can timing in.
I mean, they do need kills, because they are currently 5th in the leaderboard. I mean, we've talked about the fact that GG are a very slow roll team. Right, that they'll drop, they'll just keep to themselves. If you want to drop on them, you know what you're getting into. But apart from that, they're more than happy to just slow roll up to first Realm of Yang and then play a little bit slower, even in the mid to late, to be able to guarantee get it into endgame and get all of those kills there. But the problem for them is that, like, there's just no endgame. The games end so much faster now, and you need those kills to be able to guarantee you get into the top 4. But that's the first time that we've seen them do it. Like, even when they were in lower bracket stage 1, they weren't doing the we're not going to drop Secret Tunnel or Twilight Pass.
Now, GGWBG, OUG, and 521, second through fifth, all very, very close in points. Only a difference of 5 points, so still very, very close for the top 4 position. Only YZG has really pulled ahead. They've pretty much secured qualifying at this point with how well they're doing it, but that doesn't mean they're going to take their foot off the pedal. Going to just keep speeding on through. Now, does WBG have another movement? They do. 20 seconds. It's a Moonbane comp. I stand corrected. Tessa Temi. A very annoying Moonbane composition as it roams around the map and tries to get maximum value. Like the power spike of this comp is just very, very strong off spawn as OUG is going to not get Moonbane. I think he ran out or he got picked out.
That's crazy. No, it hit,
else.
But it's somewhere else. Was it maybe Realm of Yang?
Yeah.
Portal? Must have been, right?
Yeah, they did it to the top right portal. They're like, you will not go Yang in the top right.
But they're not going to Yang in the top right.
No one's in the top right. It was a pure guess. And swing and a miss. Swing and a miss.
Did they not scout OUG? Were they out of bell distance when they passed for Eventide?
Maybe. Maybe they missed.
Because, like, OUG were on store. They were buying to gear up to be able to take this first Realm of Yang.
That building
with confidence.
blocks line of sight, though. From our position, we could see it, but
they couldn't, yeah.
I'm surprised they wouldn't have checked it, though. Oh, yeah. Good for them. Or good for OUG to not get caught out in Moonbane by the Moonbane comp. As Yang is going to be coming up, we are going to see OUG versus 521. The classic counter of the meta composition, or alleged counter. I feel like it's closer now. It's more closer to even from what I've seen. As Baby U is gonna make no slowdown. He's immediately going in and one skewer. Oh my goodness. Just one skewer deletes Fat Milk.
No Syra V2? I mean, Aika's Cage comes through now, but you're already down your Syra. Big parry as well, as I guess 521 got very desperate. We've got the Hardy ult as well, now that the Aika's Cage is done. Pampy doesn't have the Viper V1 to be able to just block off OUG. Has to be Aika's F2 looking to just peel the Eno off the Viper here, but Baby with the jump LMB is just teleporting his position onto the Viper's hitbox. The Eno F as well to extend further, and they'll just wait this kill out so that they can have the last and latest of the buffs from the three teams. As on the meantime, we've got WBG. Tesla ult finds connection onto IG's hand, taking him down. And WBG, they've already got a lot of kills. Like, I believe that takes them up to 8 now. And they'll be able to make a play for Spiritual. So I guess it's not just a Moonbane team, it's also a box comp with the Temi.
Yep. But I think with a Yushan, it's just going to cut through that like butter. If a Yushan shows up as FPX walking around looking to get some value off their rooms, they walk to a bounty.
Raven, the Zenta comp won Realm of Yang. They've got Verm.
Versus Yushan Justina. Who are they going to go on first? Looks like AB is going to open up with the Yushan ult immediately. Shio ult going to be popped in response. Defending against the damage and doing damage himself. Justina's going to get Temi ulted. As the shield preventing a lot of the bursts from RW. Youth now under a ton of pressure. As Kiki is pressuring him with the Shayo ultimate, and Youth can't make it away as Over gets the ISO fight, finds the flying knives confirm. AB is going to get shredded right afterwards, and the more stacked team gets picked apart by the weirdo composition as U1 is going to get parried and cleaned up.
Oh, FPX taking another fight now on the outside, but taking unfortunate losses against OUG. As Baby does not have the Uno up, but does have his Hardy ult still active, will be able to cube into a 2 versus 1 position. Temi ult comes on through though, and Baby still with those knives, trying to just keep track. This one last hit onto Over, but the Zenda F2 just holds him in position long enough for the kill to go through. It's so risky running F2 over F1, but in trios you've got teammates to be able to peel for you. As RW shows up for the third party, Justina getting the spear spin off of that Dragon Slayer's back-to-back connections. RW needing these kills quickly to be able to cleanse the Yang depletion, but now having to deal with YZG. Youth up in the uppercut, has to come on through with that F. Spear slammed down from the charged RMB, finds the kill onto Cuckoo 2, and YZG 17S now is now having to just book it, but he's stuck caught between two teams. RW on one side, GG on the left.
Well, RW is going to be falling back to the safety of this building as so many teams are here right now. They are still going to get Acros ulted. They have to fight their way out of here as Viper ults are coming down, plus the Syra ultimate. GG firing their shot here as they are going to find 5-2 once Akame get him very, very low down to his last hit, but he is going to get healed up as LXM under a ton of pressure.
WBG
comes in with the Dragon Slayer as WBG comes in with the flank.
Oh, that Tessa all catches everyone! That spread, at least. So, there's not a lot of consolidated damage, but unfortunately for the side of RW, by running away from WBG, they run directly in to FPX, who just walk back to the scene of the crime once they've been able to find a soul altar. GG fighting inside the zone, still with Yang depletion on some of their plays. Going to potentially get gate kept here on the side of WBG as they've got blue armor and have been identified as the most vulnerable in the lobby. Cannon fire pressure to stop them from being able to get these heals off. Up onto the cliff top we go as GG just tries to run away. WBG more than happy to keep up this chase though, as they really want to get these kills. And the more damage that they do with that repeater crossbow, the closer they are of being able to use this Tessa ult. Temi ult locks everybody down. LV gets the Tessa ult up, charms onto one, which will pop in a moment. But YZG also shadowing the fight for the third party. And now that it's in the zone, LV might go down the Wuchen teleport, but LV gets left behind.
Ah, yes, the classic Wuchen port. Doesn't save his teammate. But WBG, you know, they got 10 kills for the lobby. The Moonbane strategy off spawn netted a ton of kills, but YZG now in the driving seat. On the hottie composition with a ton of loot, we are going to move over to FPX and OUG on the no ultimate zone. Both showing non-aggressive body language towards each other, waiting for that second Yang. Gonna buy up here. I would never trust the enemy team as they buy. They could always sneak you.
In the zone too? Oh, they're doing it. Oh, Over just sent out the F2 to pick everyone up.
I'd never trust anyone. And when you're getting a little too close, buddy, you gotta back up. Back up. You get someone light attacks here. As OUG is gonna be fighting against FPX. Yes, this is exactly what I want to see. How does this come? Do against the current meta composition. We are going to go on to the Zenda over, being chased by SS. Gets SS locked it down right now. SS took 1 million damage as the Temi ult is going to come down. Over trying to get the confirm onto SS, and he does. SS is going to fall. the flying knives of water, and now Baby You on the Ener ultimate needs to bring this to a 2v2 as Water's very, very low, down to half health. And Over is doing his best to peel for him as OUG is trying to make this work. Peak again, going to get by the F2. And now FPX, wait a second. Two of us are very, very low. We're gonna be a salty L if OUG is able to clutch this up. Baby You, oh, nice F2, but not able to find a secure hit.
Oh.
FPX super low. 3 players all very low. And FPX is gonna take it.
Yeah, that Zender F2, it's brutal. Like, every kill that they get, the opening is created off of that Zender F2 for the most part. Like, being able to force the unit ult early as well with the Zender F2 threat, so that you can then just play to have your Temi ult drop, you've got your Zender ult, that you have the greater mobility that it gives you, where you can just like jump into your Temi ult to stay safe, while still being able to have the damage pressure with the amount of damage boost that can come off of that ult. And then if the fight goes long, F2 just cycles back so quickly. Multiple times we saw.
Well, YZG up to 35 points, maintaining their double of second place. OUG at 18, WBG at 17, 521 at 15. GG ends up falling at the cusp right here, not able to sustain the pacing as WBG's LB is going to get taken out by FPX's Over. The Mystic Might going to find the stragglers of the lobby. The Rats trying to make their way to find a better position as maybe he's going to find a parry. Speaking of Rats, white armor 521. This wants to live, wants to feed his family, but he cannot as 17S is going to steal all of his lunch money as YZG gets richer.
Where's OUG? They're the only team. Okay, here's OUG. They're the only team with Yang depletion currently. And unfortunately for them, they found WBG, but WBG are not a full team. Don't even know if they have found WBG. Oh, yeah, there we go. They're fighting. Is that Fat Milk? So this was where 521's last player is. Like, they must have split to try to maintain survival chances. If one gets found, it does not mean that the second dies alongside them. Unfortunately, it now means that you're in a 1 versus 3 situation, but maybe if you can run OUG into a full team, you're going to be able to get them off of your back, since they don't have a lot of time for Yang depletion to get cleansed, which is why we're seeing Fat Milk just desperately try to turn, but he gets fully cornered, gets silenced too, has to go out into the zone to try and deter OUG from chasing after him. He's got the Syra V2. He could well just like pop this. The fact that OUG are chasing this hard goes to show that they're a team with Yang depletion. They have really no choice but to commit to this, as Fat Milk is just more than content to grief another team out of being able to recover that game.
Looks optimal right here. We're going deep into the zone. Is it possible for him to get all the way back? This is not early corruption. This is way later. SS.
No, he's for sure dead here.
We've committed to the movement. We've committed to going deep. Or have we? SS is like, no. We're getting pulled out by the riptide out into the depths of the shadow corruption. We got to make our way back, and SS wisely goes back, but looking at the inventory,
they've lost a minute chasing the Syra.
We got no grapples.
They have no grapples. Like, Hardy has all at least. SS might have to desperation pop it. Oh,
that is very frustrating that 521 just dragged OUG all the way out to zone.
Oh, and YZG are here as well, so they can't get out and recover. They have to just go directly into the Temi.
Depletion. He dies and he dies forever.
I'm so surprised they committed to that chase. Fat Milk might have gone down, but he's taken 3 players minimum with him because Jiang probably goes down here too. And Baby sees a low health Temmie, sees an opportunity. This is the strangest Yang depletion fight that we've seen. Baby will use Eno ult and cancel it out so that he gets the health reset. Like, did he see Jiang on the Temmie? If he can find the body, he'll find the Soul Bloom and at least survive in this fight. But we literally just have YZG and FPX scrapping out for control of the Spirit World because honestly, Raven, they're the only full teams left.
And YZG already has 10 kills. They're so stacked. Oh my goodness. Temmie ult invested here. It's like an old box composition, but I mean, they're brawling out with YZG right now. And they're making a case that, hey, it's not that bad. It's not that bad, as FPX is happy with the results right here. Don't want to all in this team, as RW is going to all in YZG. A little bit of an overextension from Kukatu. Going to get picked off right here. And now YZG
no one took the well.
Yeah, wait a minute. Is YZG?
No one took the well.
They don't know that YZG's only 2 people. Wait, RW, you gotta contest.
No, they're purchasing that player back to revive. But here comes FPX because they just got out of the fight when the third party showed up. Everyone stabilized, and now they're back again. Well, no one gets Spirit Well. Everyone gets Yang depletion, and no one gets second cycle of the ultimates, as we just go back to this really strange scrap off that I don't know if FPX will actually like commit this fight onto the side of RW, since RW are showing Flamer and YZG are close enough to look for a third party opportunity. I feel like if 2 teams go at it, then they feel like the third team would just third party them. So it's really important for YZG that they don't show their full team all at the same time, because if people just do the maths, they'll be like, hold on a moment. There's something not quite right with these teams left.
Well, Shio ult is going to get popped by Kiki. 80% Moonbane is going up. We only got 8 players left alive. He is going to find big value on to the choke on the rooftop right here, clearing out a lot of that campiness as RW. AB on the Yushan, forcing Kiki to Moonbane surf. Everyone's, you know, messing around with fire. Literally purple fire. As in the Moonbane, Quiet is gonna get kaboomed by Moonbane, and now Water threatening QGG, and again QGG a victim of the double Moonbane. Both sides covered, no dodging out of this. As FPX, we're just going for everything right here. Just 5 people left alive. We're dancing around Moonbane. Is Yamato alive? Why are we playing so?
Why is YZG out though? They got the flag. The 17 has used Hardy ult, got the flag out. YZG will be able to cap the 10 seconds required to be able to get the clans.
Well,
which means, wait, FX is the only one though with Yang depletion. It's just Kiki at the moment. We've got next Spirit Well too coming on through, which FPX will have to fight past YZG to be able to take over. Water drops the Temmie ultimate, tries to play on the outsides of it, but 17S just pushes him away with the 2 versus 1 situation. Looks for the drop down with that V1 activation. Jabbing's revealed as well on the purple staff. Where's RW in the whole of this though? Like, surely they should be looking for a third party opportunity here.
nah. No, calmly wait until someone is actually very low. Then grab it, coming in, yoink it. Kill. As we, I mean, Berserker's not cat. There's not much room. Said Moxie. Is he in a tree? Maybe?
Well, There he is. He's on the ground. His all go force here. This, by the way, is a 2 versus 1 versus 1 situation. And AV has already been forced into using the Yushan ult with the pressure that he came through when he was discovered as an outlier from his team. So he's trying to turn it onto QGG, like get the Eno low enough that someone turns onto him instead of looking at the Yushan once the ult's done, and it did the job! Water has stepped up to the plate, but 17S steps in for the peel. Good scale rush. Water dodges the Eno F. AV now steps up for the third party, taking the 1 versus 2, allowing Water to get a heal state coming on through. AV just swaps over to the 5th place, books it out of the fight, and we have a 1 versus 2 situation where AV's been forced to use his ult. QGG's about to get his back though, which means that YZG, feeling like they can take this one, will turn the pressure onto the Yushan, knowing that he doesn't have the health reset still. Gets the elimination off of the Eno F, taking us into a 1 versus 2 situation. Out comes the flying knives, and Water evaporates. Celebration with the Eno ultimate. And that will be YZG walking away 2 games in a row. Actually, 3 games in a row. They won the martial arts, they won the first Battle Royale game, and now they won the second.
Running away with it, Moxie. They're running away with it. 17S looks super in form. And translating. The martial arts fighting capabilities is translating very, very well. As we saw a lot of teams just, going too deep into zone. Very, very deep into zone, fighting it out. In the early stages, not that big of a deal. As long as you have the resources, like the heals and stuff, you can fight in zone for a lot longer than people realize. But in the later games, I feel like the free diving, the currents get a little too strong out there, The shadow corruption does a little bit too much damage, and especially one of the big tricks to J-Cup is this last year was delaying your Yang, so you'd have a very, very good idea of when people's Yang depletions were coming out. That's why we saw a ton of zone fighting. All these teams are very dialed in to knowing whoever has Yang depletion, maybe in zone. And if you can just get that last hit, better to get a Soul Bloom with not that much resistance and get the cleanse that we saw. Well, we saw what happens when teams don't let Triple Viper through, Moxie.
Yeah, but we also, I think, the highest amount of damage a Moonbane has done, given the amount of hits that occurred onto the 3 teams just scrapping it out. And we saw what happens too when desperation is pushed to the very edge when you have that Yang depletion, and even though you had 2 minutes left, you go for one player, not even a full team. Out into the zone you go, to the point that you just can't recover your game. Like, they had to use the ults for the health reset. They got scouted as well by the teams on the outside, who just took full advantage of the lack of resources and the fact that they were showing up already very, very low on the health bar too, which was how we got to such a strange endgame situation where it was just RW, YZG, and FPX all scrapping it out. Although I will say, FPX with the Zenta composition, making it look good, Raven! Making it look a viable path outside of just being able to play for things like Realm of Yang.
I mean, we'll have to see. Yeah, we definitely saw some success there. Shiel Temi with the Zenda Wu lockdown. There's still a lot of NARAKA to be played. We're past the halfway point. That's game 3. Going on to game 4 for Hallroth. Now looking at the overall points, we got the YZG with the first place at 17 points, 13 kills. FPX at a game score of 14 with 12 kills. WBG with 11 kills. The highlights of the overall points. I mean, usually we see Enor and Hadi do similar amounts of damage. So even though 17S a little bit more, 2K would be exactly more than QGG. But are they going to give it the MVP to him? We saw some weird MVP shenanigans. I'm confused of how they calculated MVP.
I think he gets it this time because he had 8 kills, which was double what the Hardy had. Speaking about double though, look at that score. YZG literally more than double OUG's score at the moment. 43 total points. If this was a finals, YZG would already have ended the day. They would already have taken home the trophy. That's how well they're doing as we hit our halfway mark. And that's going to put a lot of pressure on our teams because everyone else, stone's throw, Raven, since YZG are being so dominant at the top, everyone else's score, outside of maybe IG, but even then, we've seen a miracle happen where the team in bottom was able to make it within the top 4. Literally within a game, which was absolutely crazy.
Yeah, as we're going to go to the highlights of YZG, we're going to be spectating Mr. 17S again. And it is a beautiful team play. Just roll here. First ult, position 1. Keeping up the pressure onto... Not sure where the scene is. Can't speak Chinese. Or can't read Chinese. As they make quick work of them, keeping the Syra alive. Now, on the outside, after first Yang, they get maximum value off this Vermilion's buff. Catching a team, trying to recover. Oh, the other Hobby team. Nothing they can do. I think we caught a piece of this. Last Spirit Well, 2 people left alive, 1 HP 17S. Been here before. Jabbing is going to be coming out. Just barely gets the Hottie ultimate. Cancels flight to try to get the Soul Bloom. Now the 2v1v1. Staff on staff on staff. What happened to staff? Why is ever... What's about the staff life right now, Temmie? This is F. Look for the flank, but it's not gonna matter. YZG just too clean with it. I feel like their prep work is just so good. No overextension at all from any of their players.
It is 17S who walks away with it. Yeah, 8 kills in comparison to the Eno's 4. Plume Blade, that's the Hardy's ult, doing almost 3,000 damage. Staff 7.7k. We got to see Vajra's grip there come through in that last fight as well, where he gets parried but is able to retain the weapon. And ooh, Repairl too. Haven't seen that one in a while. A lot of our MVPs recently have not had legendary Soul Jades, but having Repairl and the extra iframe that it gives you on that one can be absolutely clutch. Fan was doing the most amount of damage, and outside of that like last 2 versus 1 situation, he was running Fan for a fair bit, being able to just like sit on the back end of some of those fights with the charged RMB absolutely frying.
And we are going to be going to a interview. Halfway point has been reached. Let's see who we're going to be interviewing today.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to post-game interview. This is Jaeger, and now I'm standing here with our player. Let me say hello to our audience. 来，先跟我们观众朋友打招呼。
Hello, hello everyone. I'm from China. 微博 Gimme 吕。
欢迎吕来到我们的赛后采访。Welcome to post game interview. And first, I would like to know, because you are new here for the Nbpl, and what's the like opportunity that make you can like qualify to the Nbpl? 那我首先要问一下，因为吕也是其实新来到我们的 Nbpl 嘛，首先呢也要作为 Nbpl 欢迎一下你的到来。那同时呢也想问一下，是怎么样一个契机可以让你来到了 Nbpl 呢？
我来到 Nbpl 是因为2月份的训练赛，感谢 WF。记得金振宇教练，就把我介绍给了现在我们微博的婉月教练，让我有机会打 Nbpl 这 这一条路嘛。
So I would really like to thank you to the coach from the WFG because of them I have the chance can qualify in the NBPL and now can be the Churros game player, and he commend me to the team WBG and now I can be a Churros game player now in the NBPL. Okay, let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure. 好，我们来看一下今天有奖问答是什么。Now we can see the question on screen, and the question is, which hero did Lü use in the game 3? 好，这道题目呢是刚才这把比赛当中吕用到的是哪个英雄 ？Back to the matches, and I would like to know so how you think about your hero combination in the latest game. 那这边也来问一下，其实可以看到刚才这把比赛的时候，微博自己用到的阵容是其他队伍会很少现在拿出来的。对于微博来说，你认为这个英雄阵容的强度目前如何呢？
在各大数据显示，我觉得算一个必杀的阵容吧。然后这个阵容对于我们来说算一个绝活，门牌阵容就是招牌，我觉得是能在比赛里面发挥好了，所以我们大家也都认可这个阵容，会在关键局拿出来用。
Okay, so for me, I think if we have to give the level to other hero combination, and I think this hero combination, I will give him B+. And for us, because we're really good at this hero combination, so in the key points, key matches, that's why we can choose the hero combination in the matches. 好的，那接下来我觉得应该已经准备就绪，我们先给大家发出福利，我们英文进行一个倒计时，好不好？来 ，3, 2, 1。
3, 2, 1。
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 有请吕给我们公布一下这道题的正确答案。刚才那个是
D.
Yes, the correct answer is D, and congratulations, our lucky guy. Okay, we know that for the WBG, you're really different from the other team, and because you guys, when you choose the hero combination, not only just the other team, you guys up to yourself, your personal ability. So I would like to know, so how you guys can make this decision together? 那这边要问一下，其实我们知道微博特别有现在特色的一点。可以看到其他队伍在使用3排的时候还在用一些固定的阵容搭配，但是你们已经进入了根据每个人自己的优势去调配这个阵容。这个是怎么去进行的这个布局呢？
因为我觉得首先的第一点是要玩的拿手的，然后能打出特色的，这样既有观赏性又有实操性，也没必要套公式化，可能每个队伍的他的选择不一样，我们知道自己的短板和长板在哪里，就去进一步的实践，就会发挥得很好。
So for us, first of all, we think that all the hero combination other teams use is not the best choice in the matches. And for me, I think everyone have their they're good at and not good at. And everyone need to choose that which hero combination they are really talented, and use our advantage. We choose the hero and cooperate together, and that's why we think it can have the really excellent performance in the matches. Okay, because we know today is a key day for you guys, and I would like to know, so how's your feeling right now? 最后要来问一句啊，今天对微博来说是一个非常关键的节点，怎么样，吕？目前为止，现在心情如何？会紧张吗？
有一点点紧张，但我希望接下来的3局打出自己队伍的特色和我们苦练这么多天的阵容与搭配吧。
好，那我们就一起期待一下你们的表现。I think a little bit nervous today, but I really confident, and we think maybe we have chance qualify for the grand final. And I wish that these days we training a lot, and I wish we can have excellent performance in the rest of game. Okay, let's looking forward together. 那我们就一起期待一下，也祝你们加油 ！Cheer up to the WBG, and thank you for today's interview. And we will take a break and be right back later.
Welcome back, everyone, to the halfway point for the Nbpl here for Trios Lower Bracket Round 2. That was actually a very interesting and eye-opening interview there from the side of WBG. First of all, welcoming their rookies, but also the fact that they were basically saying, we don't want to do what everyone else is playing. We think that it's actually going to be better for us if we play to our own unique strengths. And Raven, like, from your experience coaching, I have to ask you, is that like the way for a team to be able to do well, or is it better to play what the meta is?
I would say, in general, it's the better way of playing until you get to the upper echelons where the players are playing the strongest compositions, but they're also, it happens to be their strengths. That's why it's so important to increase your character pool. We saw last year with the amount of phasing existing that everyone's character pool got bigger. So a lot more players were comfortable with multiple roles, and it really was a league where you had to be able to play most of the characters in the pool. Now, Trios is a little bit different than Solos. Like, Solos was awful. You had to play 12 characters, but in Trios, the hardest part is not just the character, it's also the role that you play. Now, I feel like I agree with WBG that you should play to your strengths, but right now, times are changing. You know, the old school ideas of position 1, 2, and 3, where you have like your main initiator, your tank in the front line, you got your support with a defensive cooldown, and the dude in the middle who's trying to just either defend the support or help the initiator. Those days are over. Everyone is a lot more flexible, and even though WBG will do better by playing with to their strengths, eventually when you run into the most dominant teams, I gotta say it's something of beauty of how willing a lot of these Chinese pro teams to role play to a lot of positions. In other games that you have very fixed roles where people have to be a tank, people have to be this, but in NARAKA, it's a little bit different. Anyone can kind of facilitate, depending on who has the weapon, who has the cooldowns, and you're seeing that a lot more now today. So I would say, you know, respectfully, I gotta go with what TE does. You know, definitely try new compositions, play to your strengths, go against the meta if you can, because the meta only exists because it has the best results. But we saw WBG their Moonbane composition, their Tessa Temi did perform super well off spawn. It capitalized on the power spike, winning a lot of the off spawn engagements, really securing the kills with the Moonbane. And you know what? In endgame, the 80% Moonbane, the Temi Tessa composition, if you drag the fight into the Moonbane again, we have a Moonbane that you don't have to buy. So thinking outside the box, I gotta tip my hat to WBG when it comes to that, at least.
Yeah, taking a whole new meaning to the term and definition of box comp. It feels like, especially with those spirit wells in the later aspects of the game too, being able to just like block them off with the Temi ultimate can really put a lot of pressure on quite a few teams. Plus, if we see Tianhai teams or those kinds of transformers, like having that Temi ultimate, just being able to block off any potential line of sight for things like grabs, can be really, really good. But we're yet to see all that much Tianhai in terms of the actual battle royale aspect of it. He was present for quite a few of the martial art compositions, but it really does seem like out of all of the compositions that we've seen, he's the one that's falling somewhat off. But with the return of Viper, I feel like poor Tianhai is sort of like stuck beneath his bed, cowering in fear of that Viper V once done yet again. It is a tale as old as time. If Viper is meta, Tianhai players are not having a fun time.
Yeah, definitely not having a fun time if you're not counting the Vipers. Now there's still 3 more games. Remember, top 4 are going to be going through. Still a lot of NARAKA to be played, and 2 more maps before we get to our mirror matchup, and 2 more Firefly maps. So yes. This is what I was saying, Moxie. I mean, early in the season, there were monks. A lot of teams were trying to Takeda monk, Varia monk even, and trying to bully their way on the Spirit Well. But the Spirit Well situation isn't as important as we're seeing. There are two teams that kind of fight for the Spirit Well, but the main important part are the teams like on the outskirts battling out as those two Spirit Well teams are engaged. They're like, you know what, we're going to all in each other now because we're not gonna be able to beat the super stacked teams with the good armor, the good weapons, the jades plus the tome. They're like, no, we're just gonna take our mano fight off on the side, and it's gonna net us more kills actually, because multiplier doesn't exist anymore. It's really just placement. And this is what I was kind of curious about moving forward as teams outside of this composition meta figure out the points meta, because so much of the rules change that the main goal to net the most points over 6 games or 5 games of Battle Royale, 1 game of martial arts is going to be a little bit different. And that's one of the first new changes that I've really seen, is that Endgame has basically 2 different fights happening. The Spirit Well fight and the teams on the lower half of the lobby just all in each other before the stronger team comes over and rolls them over with the buff.
Oh, we're already into our phase picks coming on through, and yep, it will be Hardy, Enor, and that zipping composition, which means Viper, Syra, and Akos on the side of IG. Do FPX pick and lock us with the Viper, or do they deviate yet again from the beaten path? Nope, that is a Syra, that is an Akos, that is a Viper. So we have 2 compositions fully locked out here. WBG are still to pick, so they might continue going for this Temi composition. Since, yep, there we go, Tessa, they said themselves in the interview, they won't just play what everyone else is playing, they'll play the heroes that they feel the most comfortable on, thinking that it will be able to give them the best performance possible. And when you look at the overall scoreboard, having the best performance possible is an absolute must in these second half games. As Raven, I think we have like 6 teams basically all within 1 or 2 points of each other for who is currently within the bottom 4.
That's a great part of YZG consuming most of the points in the lobby, is that it actually brings a lot more drama to the rest of the lobby, since everyone's so much closer to qualifying. Now, if you're one of the teams not so good, you kind of just want to blow out and just be safe. But for the spectators, for us watching, you know, it's kind of nice. They gotta sweat it out as OUG.
FPX comp.
running the FPX comps too. The rank composition, it's infecting the league. This is the new comp, as I've heard on the street, that everyone is trying out. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I see the rationale of the Temi Tessa. I was hating at first, kind of how even during J-Cup that there's a very similar composition. The Akos Tessa with Wu Chen was doing a very similar thing. Now that Akos is paired with Viper, it's just is it a weaker version?
Budget. It's an affordable version.
Kind of the same thing, a little bit harder to execute. And like I said, I feel like if we got to watch it some more, I feel like there's some plays in Endgame when the 80% Moonbane that you can drag a fight to a weird situation. The one thing that Temi ult does very well is it works off no ult zones very well too. So you have a lot of weird traps. And because Wu Chen isn't so much in the meta right now, I feel like you do have an edge of people not being as polished, as ironed out of the exact cooldown rotation they should be doing against you. So for now, WBG is going to be getting away with murder by having a unique composition. Now, even though it wouldn't affect today, for MVP rounds, what if they make it to finals, it will be an issue if they're the only ones.
Obvious, yeah. It
Obviously.
shows instantly who it is.
It's a little bit of a personality pick, but you know, you got to get there first in order for that to become an issue. As RW, we got a healthy nerd. 75 resting rate is a very healthy person. That is a person who does cardio. It's not a professional athlete. Professional athletes are around 55 to 65, but 75. Got an imposter amongst us. Everyone else, true nerds. This guy, he's working out too much, as he has an edge on everyone else. Good cardio.
Raven with the fitness check coming on through as we get the spawn check, and okay, yeah, there we go. Business as usual. GG, it's a Holoroth map. Of course, they're landing to be able to kite up to Waterfall. As we get ready to go into game 4, this is still very, very spicy. Everyone other than YZG are all potentially getting knocked out if they do not have good performances. Within the second half of the day, who are we going to be following along with? YZG versus IG at the moment. XXL able to come on through with the silence already, but 17S not reliant on his abilities. Icarus F2 as well. XXL goes low, but big double parry actually onto two players at once, setting up the charged RMB from the Whipsword when they're all stacked up. YZG made such a mistake throwing out the focus hit at the same time, and IG with that one double parry turned the fight on its head.
Yes, flipping it like a burger. Off spawn inside a building. Focus attacks going out from all corners. As OUG is going to be claiming the puzzle. We're going to make our way to the left side of the right side of the map. As water is getting juggled up by WBG, and WBG initial rage tests the ultimate off spawn. Oof. I was about to say this is an advantage of it as Tessa gets blown up again. Little squishy Tessa. Oh my goodness. Bimpy with the catch. Explodes PP jumping across his screen with the ballista shot. Nice pickup from 5-2-1 with a 3-piece off spawn. Now looking at the points here. If we only had a 17, it goes 13, 14, 15, 18, 19, 20.
Totally, it's close.
It was close. It was close. We almost got a 1-point sequence going on. IG, can we step it up? We got to get to 12. So we have a nice little symmetry going on here as we are.
We almost had Raven like read the full alphabet. Now we just have him count from 15 to 20, please.
Now we're going over to Tang as RW is going to engage with OUG. We got a Temi ult on deck as Peak looks for the drop down focus axe, not able to land it. He's going to pop the F. Can't connect. And now OUG is under a ton of pressure as Peak gets his armor shredded from him, but Temi ult's gonna be coming up, slowing down some of that pressure and momentum as RW Justina ult is gonna come in and find Peak. Peak thought he was safe. He was like, I'm in the building. I'm gonna pop a heal. No, you're not, sucker. He does get the armor swap, but he is gonna go down as OUG is getting rushed down by this Uga composition. Youth making quick work of baby you. And now SS, last one left alive, trying to resist here, using his shields, but it's not gonna mounder. Surrounded and destroyed by RW. This comp so far has not performed. I see that everyone
Unless you're
loves it.
FPX. Like, FPX got 9 kills on the last round with it.
Oh. Unless you're FPX. Yeah, correct. I didn't.
Yeah, we have to give credit where it's due. Unfortunate for OUG. They had the weapon rarity, they just did not have the armor rarity to be able to withstand the amount of pressure of early game palm lightning. Like, of all of the odds, of all of the teams for you to roll up into on City of Tang, you had to go for the one that had palm lightning already.
Palm lightning. Jade that keeps on giving of R&Bs to the back over and over and over. IG is going to find WBG looting up here. Tessa ult's going to be invested from WBG, and Akos ult is going to get this round, but WBG does find the parry right here. XMU doesn't care. We're still going to release. Blue Chin Port's going to come down, though. Where did they go? Really, really good port from WBG, buying some time here, but Han does spot them as he is going to be chasing them down. IG very, very stacked. Flying knives, everything this comp needs to burst a single target, but WBG is like, we got our heals off, we got our Temi ult down, and we got Fireflies. We got another Wu Chen port. Let's take it again. IG is like, wait a second. You guys are not running away anymore. Let's make our way to the no ult zone.
Yeah.
But oh,
he got the Temi ult in time. He got the Temi ult in time. Forbidden Seal procs, but Temi ult's already on the ground, so it stays. It's one of the only ults in NARAKA that has that interaction. YZG, though, they've shown up for the third party. They saw the Forbidden Seal, and they're coming through. Han gets a double parry off onto both Jiang and LV, but LV does have the combo breaker of the F1. Invests it, turns the fight to use those dual blades to come out ahead. But YZG are just cleaning up both of these teams at the moment. They rolled up full armor, full health, and just managed to jump onto those players who are already low from the fight that they've taken. LV slows one of the players down, but 17S for both the Justina dash as well as the freeze butterflies on Frozen Lake will be able to just freeze the Tessa in place, and YTG will be able to pick up another kill without losing anyone or investing ults, which means that they're just going to be able to take those kills and rotate to first Realm of Yang.
Yep. YZG keeping up the pace. 4 kills to them. 5-2-1 with 3. Very, very stacked as well. Ready to go for this first Yang. Now, I mean, triple purple armor, pretty hard to lose on the new composition. This is the one part about Battle Royale that's a lot different than the martial arts. No such thing as a fair fight. A lot of playing Battle Royale is how well you can loot, and 521 is looting very, very well as Fat Milk is going to drop down with the drop down focus attack, not able to land it. He's going to get pressed away from SS. SS not going to make this easy as Temi ult's going to be coming down. Hottie ult is already coming in swinging as Pampy dive bombing, trying to make his way to get value through this Temi ult, and immediately Pampy is going to delete SS.
Yeah, peek with the F2 connection. So they didn't have the CC onto one of 521's players. Out comes the Hardy ult into the Eno ult, and now it's just the lone Temi that 521, do they take the time killing? They might do that so they can time out this Realm of Yang to the part that they'll have the buff later. Water comes on through the Viper V1 following up from that Aquos cage. Still though, the Yushan's able to come on through and peel for a lot of these players, so we get the Syra V2 being invested at the same time. Shanhuan Li ult still on the field, Water getting frozen, has to apply the silence, but they're just not letting this Viper get out of the fight. The Yushan ult still on that field, and 17S is being so problematic with this spear, bullying out the Syra F1, and now looking for the slam down dunk with the charged R&B into jump LMB.
Yeah, 17S's Justina has been very impressive of how he's able to apply pressure. QGG very, very low. Now, 17, as I said, you were being impressive. Now you got to clutch up this 1v1. It's going to be FBX's Kiki versus YZG 17S for all the marbles. Nice cross, going to come in, get the combo breakout as Kiki threatening the flying knives, fading back. Gonna throw the flying knives around the corner. 17S not gonna bite. He said you're not throwing that one charge. You're not about that life. As Kiki is gonna try to hit him with the sneaky pillar play. But again, 17S chasing down, saying you're not about that life. Well, Kiki finally throws it, sneaks one in. Now 17S under a little bit of pressure. 30 seconds left. We got to get some commitment here as Kiki looks for the R&B, gets the stagger, forces out the combo break. I feel like Kiki at this point has to have a combo break, but it doesn't matter if you get hit by R&Bs to the mouth. No, it doesn't. Oh, 17S gets a little bit of a tickle in. 15 seconds left as Kiki is going to slow things down again. We can't slow things down. 10 seconds left. 8, 7, 6. We got to get a commitment here. Kiki threatening to double charge. 17 says, doesn't say you're about that life and chases him down, finds the stagger, and Kiki is going to fall.
Oh my goodness. That was crazy. Also, wait.
No,
did GG misclick?
What?
GG or IG must have misclicked. A team went into Realm of Yang.
One of them Spirit Well.
One of them Spirit Well, that's what I'm saying. One of them has to misclicked. But that doesn't explain the second. Who went into Realm of Yang and took Mystic Might or White Tigers?
I've seen a team go White Tigers, like if you're hottie composition, just because you're so durable. And they just farmed
it's GG.
For millions. Yeah, it's good. I've seen this before, though. I like doing this, but my teammates have always hated it because they want to run it down and have a second life. I think it gives. I feel like red buff is just a free kill. Because everyone's just running it down with red buff, and when you're White Tiger, you just play normal.
True, there are more kills in the lobby, like you said, because of everyone having those Vermilion Birds Might to bring them back. Like you can kill a team basically 3 times. As a CJS Hardy Cube sets up everyone's disengagement, swaps onto the pistol, chips down Yuan. LXM holds the line with the pole sword, Scale Rush in with the pole sword, takes a massive chunk out of that damages. Oh my goodness, there's so many players fighting here. OUG is about to roll up as well for the third party opportunity. Yuan comes on through with the Shenhuan Li ult. Akame not in a good position on the zip. No combo break, no chance of breaking away from that damage. As we get OUG showing on up, GG's here as well. They've already lost their buff though, so they won't be able to use it to farm the Vermilion Birds Might teams as we get a Temi ult trying to lock everyone down, but most players are already outside of it. It's the Sheol ult literally locking people instead. Yuan's going low. Zenda ult's on the field too with that massive firewall coming on out onto the map to block some of the ranged pressure. The F2 attempted to catch Yuan before he can break away, but he's able to use the Shenhuan Li F to avoid it, but OUG still track him down. Jump LMVs, and off of the back of that one, I think they actually get their legendary weapon back that they lost to the same team in the City of Yang fight all that earlier.
Yep. IG. Let's get up to 15 points. We got 5 kills. We're starting to pick up, We're at the halfway point. They started off the day very, very cool, but remember, ladies and gentlemen, top 4 are going to be going through. Top 4 only. And 2nd through 7 is neck to neck. Neck to neck. As an IG is kind of at the belly right now. It's not neck to neck. They need to step up their game. They need to get over to eye level the rest of the lobby. As GG very, very stacked. We've seen this before. GG's one of those teams that when they get stacked, they're not a skip second Yang type of team. They're let's go Yang type of team. Let's get out. Wait. Get back over, CGS. You can't make me look like this. Get back over there. You can't be skipping second Yang. OUG establishing their game.
Box comp.
They get the res, you get the spirit well. It's nice and uncontested. Free loot.
Oh, that's GG. See, they are here.
Gold armor. Oh, he had to buy. That's why.
Yeah, he went to the store before they went for
Gold armor second Yang. Oh my goodness. My man.
Oh, he swaps it to his Zip as well. 330 is so tanky. It's going to be so hard to bring the Zip down. So just finds the connection too with the E0 F both stages mid-air onto IG's hand. So already all of that armor's ripped off. E0 ult, Thundermark applied. Goodbye, Han. Finished off by 330 outside of the fight with the musket. Something that GG were known for back in 2025. Syra ult's on the field, but GG will just play outside of it. Wait for it to be done so they don't have to worry about the powerful dazzle and still have that unit ult. CGS is about to drop out of his ult, knows he won't have it to iframe out of the Viper V1, so instead he goes behind the pillar, gets the Hardy Cube, and iframes out of it that way instead. And this is just textbook GG coordination.
Ah, yes. Counter comp, beat them with money. Lots of loot. As we are going to go over to 5-2-1. And YZG, even loot. Both of these teams very, very stacked. As 17S under a ton of pressure from Fat Milk, the staff threatening the flank as Akami's getting juggled right here. Fat Milk comes with a parry, gets the parry on a Kukutu. We got the banana peel coming out. Fat Milk covering his teammates perfectly, but YZG 17S is going to take down Pampy. 2v2 situation. Akami, no armor. Fat Milk, no armor. But they are going to take down QGG and 17S. 1 HP, can't do it. 5-2-1's going to get the upset and slow down YZG.
Well, slow down even more too, because I was watching when that parry comes through onto the legendary weapon, it stays on the floor, Raven. YZG don't pick it up, which means the 5-1 get 2 legendary weapons for the price of 1 Realm of Yang win. OUG's SS, they picked up Draco Storm. That was the buff that they were able to get for capping that spirit well, which means they're absolutely melting these teams that they roll up into. Forbidden Steel's in play, but Baby is on Temi, so you were still able to get your Temi up through as well. Poor AB, there's no way that you live this. You're just put into an absolute blender. This is like take your hands off of the keyboard kind of moment. 1 versus 3 against all players with Draco Storm. Yeah, you're done.
You are done indeed. 13 players left alive, you know, 3 people in Soul Bloom. We got a Yang depletion of YZG. First time YZG on the back foot, you know. Can they show their salsa and get their tempo back with the front foot, you know? Step back up, Moxie. As GG with the Mystic Might hovering YZG, being like, yeah, look at this team. They're looking a little needy. Let's just wait to see if they do something as IG spots out another trios team. Are these guys going to engage? 2 minutes left. It's around the time on second Yang where buffs are going to be fading, so you could take this fight without a buff team coming in like a wrecking ball to take you down. As XXL on the Vipers looking for the flank, but nice spacing out by YZG. Not going to give up the easy flank. You're going to have to earn this silence as Syra ult's going to be coming out. Akos ult is out, but Yushan ult is coming out to peel. Yushan has to be careful here as XXL couldn't land the silence and find the kill. As 17S, it's not going to matter as IG's Han is going to get the execute onto 17S.
Yeah, Syra V2, it's no joke. XXL still got the Viper V1, which they'll need it because here comes 5-2-1 with the third party. Venom tip shown on the repeating crossbow. QGG not taken down, actually commits the focus hit. No one from IG were ready for the parry, and off of that extra damage that they take, they're going to lose 1. Make that 2 to YZG's players. XXL has to come on through here with the Viper V1 as you've got 1 player from YZG, the Shenhuan, just trying to live Having to go into the 1 versus 1 XXL without a combo breaker is about to get absolutely melted. The question is who gets the kill credit. YZG will be able to get the bloom, but unfortunately for Cuckoo, he's still going to go down. And 5-1 get the last hit situation. So yet again, Yang Depletion snaps out not just the team with Yang Depletion, but the team that they had to all in to be able to cleanse it, as OUG have been able to track down this last player on the side of RW, pushing them out of the lobby fully as well. Leaving us literally just the top 4 teams who are already top 4 on the leaderboard, which is not what you want to hear if you're the likes of WBG, RW, or FPX.
Yeah, they're just going to increase the bar to ride the ride. The ride being going to finals. Top 4 teams are going to be able to progress. 24 points is the cutoff point, as everyone is going to be shelling up here, waiting for the next Spirit. Well, we're going to get a dance here between 5-1 and GG. Fat Milk on the E has the F2, smacks them off. This is our spot now. GG going to give a little bit of space, see if they can stall out here. No capping point is as Fat Milk with the super high RMBs just throwing a fit here. On here, and GG calmly lets him throw his fit, and now it's gonna be GG's turn to come on to the point as GG used the Hottie ultimate to smack away. Another team I see in the back. Oh, UG in the background.
Yeah.
Now Fat Milk is going to switch to the Hottie ultimate. They opened up with Edor, now on the Hottie ultimate. No transformer else. Says OUG is you know, patiently waiting on the outside here. Musical chairs on the Spirit Ball.
Oh, here they come.
Waiting to get their rotation in. And now it's their turn. Full ults. Smile.
Oh, CJS, yeah. He's not going to be able to hold this. He's trying to hold it as much as he possibly can. He gets a Thunder Mark off onto SS, but we hear the Palm Lightning. And GG will make themselves scarce, but wait, OUG, they've isolated out one of the players from GG. They want the kill over the Spirit Well, and they find it. CJS goes down. This is allowing 5-1, though, the chance of coming on for capping out the Spirit Well, but no, it drops. Everyone gets hit with Yang Depletion. OUG take cover inside their Temi ultimate. Still having those Palm Lightnings on hand as they just loot up the remains of GG's player. Pete comes on through with the Zender V1, getting so much damage. Look at how quickly Fat Milk's health just drops with both the V1 damage and the Palm Lightning. And this comp is taking off. SS with the Shadow ult looking to lock down Pampy, as OUG have just been able to keep all of their players alive. Huge Shadow manages to get 2 of the players from 5-1 at the same time. No kill off of the back of it, but it still forces everyone else to have to split away from the pack.
And we are down to 7. 5-1 with 2 players. GG with 2 players. OUG with 3 players. We got an edge here as OUG yoinked a little bit of armor, and they're going to be rotating this around. I mean, 5-1 has both of their players cleanse. Oh, OUG only has 1, but we still got a lot of time to be working with. So we can stall out a little bit here and cherry pick the best fight possible. As LXM and 330 slowly pressuring to see if they can get advantage. They do spot SS going into zone to try to use the ult charge to build up his ult again. No free ults out here, as OUG is going to be forced to lock horns with GG. Flank's going to be coming out from SS. Parry is going to be coming out. But SS not able to connect with the RMB of the Fist Blades. Nice parry from 330 as 5-1 is going to try to take the opportunity to come in. Third party. Oh my god, SS took no damage off that Vokes attack. My man is for sure stacked. As OUG does get 1 cleanse, needs a second one still. Still 2 minutes left, and second Spirit Well game on. And this is the unique situation Moxie. We are watching trios, but we got a duos endgame. Smile. A duos endgame.
Surely you don't just let someone cap this for free too, because it would reset the Yang depletion timer. So this has to wait. The fact that OUG got a rebuff charm. Is there a soul altar within zone? Can they get their Temi back? Because that was the big change that happened when they went face to face with GG. They almost got the drop on 3-3-0, but LXM comes on through with the peel. The Hardy ult just sets the zip up to be able to escape before he gets locked down. Big parry as well, to be able to secure the survivability. But yeah, no, like both GG and 521 cannot afford to let the other team pick this up, because it would mean that that Yang depletion timer would just reset and they'd be able to outlast. We'd go into a 1 versus 1 situation yet again. So everyone's going to play friends, and then if they can find an opportunity, they'll take it.
Harry on the rocks. Campy, king of the hill, king of the rock, king of the rock. As LXM is gonna get parried, still combo break though. Initial shield is gonna come down for the range, and this is just such an awkward spot to claim, because the uneven to the position allows GG to kind of just sit here and just hold and cap the entire time. You know what? Everyone's kind of got sick of it. They're like, hey, you need to get off of this little sliver of rock, as OUG is going to come and use your ultimate's peak. Jumps on the rock. King of the hill. LXM gets parried. Has to back off.
Yang depletion is going to kick in.
As now
two players are dead to Yang depletion. In 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's a 1 versus 2 versus 1.
Well, will the enemy of my enemy become my friend in this spot? Campy on the Hottie, dive bombing over number 521 in a great position to get some more placement points, but Hottie ult is going to come out from LXM. Now we're going to get some bird on bird action in the sky, as LXM, you know what, doesn't want any of that action, wants to get a heal off, as now SS is going to get juggled into zone. Maybe could have carried this a little bit longer, forced him further out, but SS is able to roll back to safety, catch a couple heals, as LXM threatening focus attack but never releasing, just holding in the face, never releasing, holding in the face, never releasing. And now 521, they see the gig is up. LXM and SS trying to work against this duo, Shayol and Hottie, and 521 is just like, all right, well, you know what? We're in a house. We're in our tent now.
They've got zip ult too. Like, they're so beefy. One set of legendary armor, actual zip ult. LXM, no Hardy ult. Pampy, no Hardy ult. Oh, LXM not able to commit the portal just yet. SS finds a big parry to open up onto Akame, but LXM just holding his position on the rock. Finally commits the blistering edge to be able to apply the fire tick to just cut the 50% effectiveness of the zips healing. SS gets put into the blender, the uppercut grapple extension coming on through, but the Shayol bails him out in time. He gets his ultimate off. He's still got 3 blocks, has not committed them just yet. There goes the first one, holding on to Akame, which means that the zip might go down. The second manages to hold Akame down again, and it's a 1 versus 1 versus 1. Blistering edge in hand, SS hits LXM into the stone form. Hardy ults on the field though, and we get the knockbacks. Both LXM and Pampy get the ult in time and look to bounce the other players out of the zone. Everyone's playing for just winning the heal off situation. Pampy got a soul bloom, LXM's getting a lot of damage off, and he's able to come out on top. What an explosive finish.
A little bit of satisfaction on 330's face, a little bit of smile. A little bit of smile. Yeah, oh, this is lots of smiles off GG. Normally, they're just all business after they win. They're just like, yeah, you know, it's just another day. It's another day. But not today. Today, they can get eliminated. They need to lock in. Like I said, they need to lock in to punch in their ticket to get that top 4. 5-1. Happy with their performance. And we got the new big 26 type end games. You know, 2v2v1s, 1v1v2. A lot of shenanigans because of the spirit wells and gang depletion slowly drowning out the lobbies. Just not really letting you camp out. And we've seen multiple times that the most stacked team doesn't always win it. And I feel like there can be adjustment made here. Before, you know, teams didn't want teams would just allow the gold armor team to kind of secure the spirit wall. But this time around, no one letting anyone. But we did have a very unique spirit wall. I don't think I've ever seen a spirit wall just like a flag on the top of a rock. Just like you see GG posted up right next to it, just holding focus attack. Just like if you get close to me, we're gonna be hitting you. We're gonna focus attack your feet. And 5-1's like, well, I don't want my feet to be focus attack. Well, UG's sitting on the outside, just watching in, being like, all right, you guys gonna go? Is anyone gonna go? I don't know what's going on here. We got a little stalemate action going on. No stalemate for this next question, ladies and gentlemen. Which team is leading in total points by now? Is it A, OUG, B, YZG, C, 5-1, or D, GG? Ah, yes, another easy one.
I mean, I think the greater question, the harder to answer question, is what is the middle of the pack looking like? Because we said that when we went down to 4 teams, all of the teams who were bottom 4 got pushed out of the lobby early, which means that the distance between them and the top 4 teams is only increasing. The good thing for them, though, was that the kills were still super split between those 4 teams. Like, the fact that it went down to a 2 versus 1 versus 1 means that multiple teams were able to keep up with the others, thanks to massively the strangest Yang depletion fight I have ever seen, where it was a case of like, okay, if we let one team cap Spirit well, then even if they don't get a kill, their Yang depletion still lasts longer than ours, which means that they'll just take the player advantage fight and come at us 3 versus 2 or 3 versus 1. So we absolutely cannot allow that to happen. And no one made the first move, but it was enough to put us into a state of limbo that after the Spirit Roll had ended, all of the teams were still in a position where it was winnable for each one of them.
Yeah, look at the overall scores. G&G with the first place in 18 points, 14 kills. I'm doing with 13 kills, you know, second place. And looking at the stats. Adi Enor usually splitting the damage, but this time Alex M carrying the weight, doing a ton of damage on the Hottie, dive bombing over and over. Is 3-3-0, keeping the team alive with multiple kills on the support. I feel like they might give the MVP to the zipping.
No, surely it has to go to the Hottie. The Hottie was the one who was able to live until the very end.
You know, supports can be gods of the game, Moxie. As we're looking at the overall points, YZG with 54, GG with 32, 5-1 with 30, OUG with 27, and then that's your top 4. So the cutoff being 27 points. WBG, RW, and FPX are going to be sweating it. They need to catch up to the 27 points. Now, only 11 points for FPX is still possible. IG is going to have to start stepping it up. And you know what? Championship round is coming up. Round 5. So we need to set up for that round 6. And now round 6 is kind of weird because it's going to be mirror matchup. Everyone calm down. It's going to still be Hottie though. So nothing new. All these guys have that mirror matchup prepped up. As we are going to go back to the highlights of GG's nice run on game 4.
playing in the pocket, just like, do I go for the focus hit? Does he go for the focus hit? We're both cancelling out the focus hit. The mind games is coming through in full. As CJS gets that loud chip coming on through once he's able to set up the Hardy cube and bail his team out. Swaps onto the pistols to be able to set up that kill as well. We get to now watch along with the fist blades coming on through. Gets the grapple, just trying to hold players in position, and then chip on the outsides of the fight with the pistol, claiming these kills, getting players low, and just coming through with that F2 to be able to get the last hit credit, so that you're putting yourself in as little danger as possible before we move into getting to see this really crucial last fight. Both Hardys getting their ults back, both being able to knock the zip out into the zone damage, so it takes it to a 1 versus 1, and we now get all of the pressure. Every single one of those Hardys trying to get more damages on the plume blade onto the other one, so that they live that little bit of health extra in comparison to the other, and that's what is able to walk away with the MVP. Like I said, the zip did good, but LXM being able to win the 1 versus 1 at the end, yeah, that gives them MVP status, I think, just instantly.
Well. LXM, whole sword doing the most damage for him, 5,600 damage. Common split here, triple attack, triple melee defense, nothing different here. The other half of his damage coming from his ultimate, and you know, GG having a slow start and now picking up the pace, on pace to qualify, making it to finals for the second weekly. It's gonna be a very, very stacked finals if GG is going to be able to make it through to the top. So far today has been very, very exciting. YZG kind of showing that they are a little bit of a step beyond the rest of the lobby, but everyone else more evenly matched. And going into game 5, are we going to see a Viper split up? Or are we going to go more with the 2-2-2s?
I was going to ask you this because both FPX and WBG are at the bottom half, right? In the bottom 4. We have this one round. It's the only opportunity that they'll have before they're forced into having to play the Hardy Eno composition. Do you think that they both go for the personality picks? Because it's their comfort pick, but at the same time, it also exposes their identity. And for all of the teams who want to qualify, who aren't YZG, they're going to be looking at potential threats and they want to bop them down before they get the chance to snowball.
I feel like in this instance, you're not worried so much for counter strategy outside of your landing position. I feel like a lot of these teams do have a scouting report of who they really want to target off spawn and which matchup they're going to fight, because not every comp is equal off spawn. So do they go with personality? I feel like you just stick to the strategy. Nothing's to be adjusted for. There is a little bit of an advantage in luck to if you get Hottie for game 5, because game 6 is going to be Hottie again, and you basically get to double up and a mirror matchup, so your composition is very warmed up. Now these guys, they need to warm up at this point. They're already, everyone's pretty heated up. Now it's really just clutch up at this point, because the hardest part of last round, you pointed out, Moxie, that you can get sniped now just because the phasing narrows down who you are. But in game 6, it's all out in the open, and generally we've seen game 6s go by very, very fast, as everyone is very desperate to qualify, and coasting is not really the key to victory in these positions. Everyone's fighting tooth and nail to find these kills. Now, something that's a little bit different, I mean, it's not a new strategy, but we've definitely seen with the personality picks, Moonbane strategy being very effective today. That's one thing that really stood out to me off spawn. Normally we see really nice timings, really good rotation and timing attacks. but we've seen the rush of Moonbane. Like teams getting Moonbane super fast and getting maximum value playing with a Wu Chen. So I think that's kind of the wild card going into Game 5. All these teams are going to be very locked in to win their off spawn. It's not going to matter though if you got a 4v3 with Moonbane being in the sky and a lockdown coming out.
Here we go. Looking at the standings, which is what all of the players will be doing themselves at the moment. 27 points for OUG. So they're the current bar that you have to be able to surpass. Closest currently is WBG on 22, but we did previously see for some of that map of Holoroth, I believe it was, 3 or 4 teams all sitting on 22 points equally. So those points can very quickly change as we get the split screens. Everyone's really going to be like looking at, okay, what do we have to do here? Like you said, you don't want to leave it to the last minute where you have to make the desperation play on round 6, because chances are you're not the only one in that position, and then you cannibalize each other's opportunity of being able to make it through, because now that the lobbies are smaller, there's less opportunities for you to have a higher kill game. Like in the past, we could see multiple teams pick up 20 bombs in terms of points that they were able to walk away with. Not so much these days, though.
Not so much these days, indeed. 20 bombs, a little bit more rare. Actually, in the upper bracket lobby, there's some 20 bombs. There's some 20 bombs, but I feel like the top 2 teams were just a mile ahead of everyone. Kind of the same way that we see YZG really far ahead of the rest of this lobby, which surprises me. We got some heavy hitters here still too. OUG and GG have been top 5 teams of Nbpl for years now, with pretty much most of their roster. Now OUG is probably having some, what do you call it, synergy issues with Peak being part of the new roster, but SS and Baby U have been playing together for a while now. YZG looking like they are locked in, but their outfits are not locked in, Moxie. We got the guy on the far right. Why does
they always do this?
I know, it hurts me.
I want to see GG. Is it GG power nap time? Like, are we getting the power nap once again? Or are they like fully locked in? No sleep. Just games.
What? Do we ever? It's like a visualization. Just because your eyes are closed doesn't mean you're power napping. You could just be visualizing, willing the universe, manifesting the points. Moxie, manifesting points. Moonbane RNG in your favor. Loot. First trove that you opened up, purple armor. You know, manifesting.
Well, it didn't work out great because they're 4th in phase.
Manifesting.
I mean, WVG are 2nd, so they actually like have the chance to do the funniest thing. I doubt FPX will give up the opportunity to play the Hardy composition. I could see WVG give up the opportunity to play the Viper comp though, and play the Temi Tessa. It's comfort pick. Do they want to go comfort pick? And if they do go comfort pick, then potentially they let 3 Viper comps through. On Padoria though, not Firefly Padoria at least. It's not as problematic as the first Padoria of the day. As let's see, yeah, there we go. Hardy, Zip, Eno from our 2 teams in the first round. This is where we're most interested. What did WBG do? Like they said, they admitted it themselves in the interview. They won't just play what everyone else does, Raven. I truly do think that it's a possibility. Okay, no, there we go. Viper comp.
They lied. They're fake, Moxie. fake. They said they were gonna play off meta. They're just meta slaves. A slave to winning, as all competitors are. Or maybe that just falls exactly into their plan. They're playing to their strengths, and for now, their strength is Wombo. Now, we are going to get a traditional Yushan. And again, we're looking very traditional when everything's on the line. Playing to win, the meta. Where's your comfort picks now, guys? Looking mighty the same as everyone else. Oh, we're going to get the first monk coming out today, outside of the martial arts. LXM. Oh, 521's coming out with it. What is this comp?
Yo. Is this going to be... Yeah, this is Wombo Temi ult for setup for Tian high grabs. And then you can use the Zender F for the setup too, since the bird picks up players. Which means that you only have to commit 2 ults, or if you want to, you can play for Temi lockdown with the Zender V1 combo potential too. Much more of Zender than we saw, actually. I was very disappointed with the lack of her presence in stage 1, but it seems like a lot of teams have started picking her up for stage 2.
Yeah, there is a lot more Zender. First week, not so much. Second week, too much. Too much. Haven't seen a good reason why.
Outside of FPX.
Outside of FPX, Moxie keeps pointing out. Outside of FPX, we got to give credit where credit is due. Yes, Moxie. Credit where credit is due. Except when it's doo-doo. Which I think this is this new character. It's kind of been performing doo-doo across the board. Except FPX. Except FPX.
I was gonna say, don't worry about that one. The moment that Tara drops, oh boy. Meta changes and trios for sure. Character who can revive your teammates and gives you an extra chance at living if you get a kill. Yeah, that's going to make endgame so interesting.
Interesting indeed. Well, looking at the abilities here, nothing new. I'm kind of excited to see GG run their monk composition. How does it play into all this traditionally? Can they get their snowball going? I mean, average of 15 points under Takeda Monk. That's a lot of points to have an average of. That's actually insane.
Also, if they drop Twilight Pass, like, I don't think people will want to mess with them. 1, it's GG, and 2, Twilight Pass has poison jellyfish. I think like they'll get an opportunity to be uncontested and slow roll their way up of things like floating piles.
They're not there.
They're not there.
Everyone's just kind of breaking the norm, landing in different positions, expanding their horizons, you know, traveling, not being static in their normal homes. As OUG YZG is going to be fighting for Volpine's Essence, Red Jade. GG is going to be fighting for lots of loot on the left. Now this is a big round. This is a big round. Championship round, game 5. You gotta show up or shut up and go home at this point, because game 6 is gonna be a bloodbath. Right now is where you need to clutch up, as we are gonna see 521 and FPX off spawn. We already see Justina with the ultimate, that initial rage coming in big. And dude, Fat Milk and Baby also running initial rage. I see you guys have ultimate already. What is this? But no ult zone is gonna get hit. And now Akame initial rage don't mean anything, as Fat Milk is going to run himself out of there. And FPS is like, wait a second, where is our dance? No dance? Why not come over here and take the 0 ban duel, as IG makes her way over, already stacked off spawn with blue armor. looks for the timing, and FPX is gonna catch out WBG's LV. Smackety smack smack, and out of nowhere, Jang comes out with the Viper stun. Wait, this is too many teams here. Our W's here as well, and IG. Oh my goodness, it's just everyone is hitting a timing into this spot.
Yep, this is not good for FPX to have to deal with. That Akos cage too late to the mix, as they will get a couple of eliminations off of the back of this, but IG with that Uno ultimate just fully powering through that fight, clearing up both WBG and also some of the remaining players from FPX, as into the no ult zone they go. Trying to chase down some of these players, like WBG still has Jiang here, I believe. Yeah, he'll go down there. WBG losing that hot drop fight and only getting 1 kill off of the back of it. It's not what they wanted. RW also the reason for them being aggressive. Alongside both FPX and IG, these are the teams on the lower half of the scoreboard. They have to be aggressive. OUG actually puts a bounty out onto RW as well. That fight could be very instrumental for OUG at retaining their position in 4th and stopping the momentum coming on through from IG currently in 8th. As now that all of that fighting has lulled out, it seems like we're having a little bit more of a quiet pace. Padoria. No one wanting to overextend, everyone very cautious of a potential third-party opportunity that would lead them to having to go back to the Soul Altar early. FPX have been able to lock down RW in a straight 3 versus 3 inside Imperium. Over gets locked down by the Akos cage, goes into the wall to break it once, a second time, and he'll be free to be able to come on through with both the Uno ultimate and the Great Sword Swing. Hardy ult sets up the cube, everyone's out, you've still got to worry about the Viper, but the Moonbane gets dropped in the fight by RW, and FPX lose Kiki.
YZG, for the first time, not picking up a ton of kills off spawn, as we are going to be watching RW flying into water. U1 is going to pick up the kill. Everyone sees this Moonbane in the center of the map, though. And Perdoria catapults, connects the dots, allows you to rotate all over the middle of the map very, very easily. And RW, you know, they needed to show up, and they're showing up right now in striking distance to take that 4th away. And if you're one of the teams that bust out into the top 4, the amount of pressure that's going to go on to OUG 521 and GG is going to be a lot more. It's going to be tipped into your favor because momentum is on your side. Now, will it matter? I mean, these teams have kind of been here forever and competed forever. But I think it will. I think it does make a difference just because of how close everyone is off spawn. I haven't seen anything super unique today about everyone's off spawn timings besides the Timmy Moonbane with Tesla. That's the only thing that really stood out to me. But a lot of standard stuff in Land Firefly. Get to the fight as early as possible. We did see, actually, take that back, something very different is off spawn triple initial rage. We went from Red Jades Gaming to now we're Purple Jade Gaming or Purple Glyphs Gaming. Very interesting.
Oh, this leaderboard's so close. OUG going to be sending 2 of their players into Imperium before Peak, hanging back, drops the Moonbane. Right on top of... Can they lock down RW here? They don't have an Akos. They do have a Justina ult, so they might be able to catch the freezers. They have to be very worried, though, as Yuan and RW's comp is just not a good team to have to try and all into, with both the Akos cage, the Syra ult, and stun, as well as sustainability and that Viper ultimate. And yeah, it looks like off of the back of RW being on the Viper comp, OUG pull their punches. They don't commit to the fight, despite dropping the Bane.
Well.
Was that like a missed scout? Or was it about to run out?
Wait a second, why do we still have a coin here? We have the Jade. 17S is just, holding onto a coin.
I believe there's 12 total that you can pick up, but you only need 7 to be able to solve it.
But he has the Vulpine Essence already. He doesn't need the coins anymore.
Souvenir, Raven. Maybe it's a lucky coin.
Souvenir. Ah, yes. The souvenir strategy. An interesting strategy to use luck not built into the game in your favor. Why did I not think of that, Moxie, as a tactic?
Wait, do you not have a lucky penny?
Do I have a lucky penny?
Or do you know what? Maybe what he'll do is he'll throw it into the spirit well and make a wish.
Ah, yes. The wish for point strategy. I'm going to have to use this one, Jacob, for the play. I'm going to tell them, make a wish for points, keep one of the coins, and put that in. As we are going to get 5-2-1 versus OUG. OUG 5-1 on the cusp. They need to win this one. And we are going to get Transformers going down. Temi ult's going to be going out. Yushan is going to be coming out. Pampy looks for the stomp. Is going to get a scoop up on Baby U. Can we get a second scoop? No, we cannot. Slam is going to be coming down as Fat Milk is getting smacked right here. Baby U is going to eat the smacking as well. Gets reset and deleted by Fat Milk. And now Peak very, very low, but D-Transforms 4 gets executed in Yushan Open. It's not going to matter. 2v2 situation brought down to a 2v1. Now it's up to SS, their leader. He is going to be able to fight back, get a focus attack off as Akami's looking for the flank. And Pampy going to keep up the pressure. SS trying to get some space, is going to release. And now Ult is out. He is looking to get the shots off. But Pampy and Akame doing a good job of slowing things down, getting that reset off, getting the heals up, and then applying pressure. Nice fundamentals coming out from 5-1, and they beat OUG.
Now that I think about it, Zenda ult's actually really, really good to combine with Tianhai ult. Because you do so much damage, and they have no way of dodging it. Plus, you can use the firewall. It blocks ranged damage, right? So you can just have your Tianhai in Vajra state sit on one side of the firewall, and the other team can't just resort to range to be able to pepper him down. I mean, it's a risk, though, because it is all of your ultimates being built, like, at the same time. Tianhai ult with Temi to be able to just like cut the space so that people have less room to be able to run. And then if you manage to like slam someone into the wind wall, then you can pick up the re-grab without having to worry about them dodging out of it. And then Zenda ult as well to be able to get the damage that even one grab is enough to be able to set up a kill. Like, it's a lot of damage, it's a lot of risk, but when it works, you'll be able to just cut teams in half very, very quickly. As now on the outsides, we're going to be seeing IG winning that Realm of Yang, having Vermilion Birds Might going head-to-head here against 5-1, who also won both of the Yang fight winners, more than content to just duke it out. Ults get popped, Eno ult at the same time as both Tianhai and Temi. We still know, though, that there's going to be more in the back pocket for 5-1. They've still got the Zenda ultimate waiting now to have to use it to try and force out things like the zip, but XXL's also got the Hardy ult, uses it now, sets up the cube to be able to put XX Moo out when he gets pressured, and we go right back in with the Zenda ultimate now coming through, hand cubes out of the way, but look at WBG posted up on the cliff. Viper V1 is about to drop down. This fight's about to be put on pause when WBG decide to crash the party.
Well, there is a party indeed here. As wait, this is GG popping the cicada, rolling through and taking down Pampy. Han very, very low on the Enor. No ultimate to his name. No ultimate from his zipping. These guys got no ults, but they do got Vermilion's buffs, so they can get the reset here, but they're not going to go out without a fight. Han manages to get his ult back online, looking for GG's CJS, looking for the skewer. Kurumi ult is going to be coming out, and LXM is going to pop the Monk ultimate, but oh my goodness. That monk is looking mighty squishy. He got popped like a balloon.
Where's WBG in all of this? Like, WBG are not safe. And they're not going for a third party or a fourth party. The team that shows up instead is RW with the Acres Cage Viper V1. YZG is about to get stunned. AB comes on through. Yeah, everyone gets stunned except OUG, who actually show up and use the Viper ult to their advantage. QGG half health already on the Yushan ult, going to go down momentarily, surely. There's AB out of all of his armor. WBG still not coming through. Now we get the Viper V1 drop down. Double spears equipped, both PP and Jiang coming on through with the charged RMB. But they only pick up 2 kills off of the back of that. And it's not enough to be able to get them past OUG yet. That was a very late third party, which only gave them 2 kills off of the back of it, Raven. I don't know if in the long run that will be enough.
You know, we're all enough, Moxie. Even if we don't come in for the fourth party. I mean, they err on the side of caution, you know? Fortune favors the bold, but caution sometimes gets you there. As we are going to go into the realm of Yang. IG's Han gonna get shredded up on a Justina freeze. Eno ult activated, though. Looking for the jumping RMBs. Put some pressure onto the enemy. Han. Now Han picks up his health from the zipping ultimate, so he's chilling now as we move into phase 2. Zipping is gonna get focus fired here, but Han gonna find the pressure onto QGG. Cube's gonna be coming down, and a zipping of IG going very, very low. Han doing his best to get everyone off of his zipping. Justina gets very, very low, but Volpine 7, little balloon pop there, bringing him back to full health. But 17S with a focus scale rush, a little bit of a troll. Now into a 2v2. He's gonna be kicking himself all day. He's been playing amazing for his team, as Kukatu is gonna eat the follow-up right here. A little bit of nonsense, and a little bit of nonsense working for Han as IG clutches it up.
Now going to second realm of Yang, 5-2-1 versus GG. Pampy on the field already in Tian high state. Free very, very low as we've got Fat Milk too using that Temi ultimate. He's looking for the double, won't be able to find it. Has to just go for the solo slam into the grab. Free, oh, and LXM both taken down. LXM's able to come on through with the Tian high ult to get the health reset, but Free are not lucky. Oh, there's no way. GG do not peek around corner to go into this double grab coming on through from LXM. He's got Pampy. He's looking for more. There goes the punch out. Pampy's low. The rollout's good, though, and he's not able to find Fat Milk as we get the stomp. Not able to find another grab. Ultimate's done. CGS low. Free already down, so no Karumi to be able to stabilize around. Oh, the Temi Wisp. It's brutal. LXM's out of it, but he's down his combo break. And 5-2-1 walk away with the Realm of Yang win with the Tian Hai Zenda and Temi composition yet again.
Ooh. Wow. YZG, the rich get richer, to clutch it up. Oh my goodness. Versus IG. IG really needed that one. They needed that one to turn their ship around. Their ship is going straight into the glacier like Titanic, sinking away. Their hopes and dreams will not be qualifying unless they have a massive last game. I mean, they could.
We've seen it.
Still bring this back. You know, Yang depletion it's just a color at the end of the day. You're just red, and you just need to not be red anymore, and then you won't explode when your timer goes down. But it's just a color at the end of the day. FPX, a little bit of shocker here that playing what you're comfortable with doesn't always work. But we are going to go over to the Realm of Yang. 17S on the Justina. Big dash right here, hitting everyone, and big parry from XXL, slowing down the Billy Justina. Get that out of here. Enor jumping on top of the Justina, knocking her down over and over. But now 17S with the double parry and the big follow-up. Holy moly. Who could have thought one parry could have ended it all? All of IG's hopes and dreams. If they would have pulled this upset off, it would have been perfect. I mean,
it's Cuckoo. It's Cuckoo on the Shenhuan Li who just comes through with the follow through. The moment that the double parry comes out, both of them get locked onto.
Finally, FPX and IG kind of fall into line 17-18, but it's too late. Everything's unorganized now. Those 25, 32.
WBG are still not getting more kills too, but they're playing like so cautiously for this end game. They got Spirit well.
Look at this, we got a stacker. 22 people alive. Only 2 people have died.
Yeah, everyone's being so much more cautious. They don't want to leave it down to the mirror match. Oh, someone's low. Well, we just saw the helicopter POV. Someone's low, and OUG have been able to spot it out potentially. No, it is OUG. It's IG who've been able to spot it out, but so too have GG. Blood in the water. Every kill counts. Everyone is going to show up to try to grab this. Yeah, GG, they have to. They've got Yang depletion. Out comes that Decatur ultimate. CJS just setting up the Fury and shoves to be able to lock Baby U in place. Forbidden Seal, though, also comes in, which means all of the ults go out. We get Palm Lightning Focus Fire instead. SS down. No chance for anyone to be able to get a Wisp onto CJS as well when he's looting that body as he frames through it with the fan RMB release. So has to worry about the Yushin ult, but thankfully his health bar is barely dropping thanks to that Karumi free coming into play from 330.
Well, Spirit Well is going to be coming up soon as GG locking things down. This is what they're known for, these end games, these stackers. They're back at home. They're back at home. Can they navigate? They are catching the Yang depletion situations, going into zone, getting OUG to peak as a freebie. As CGS is going to make his way back in, ultimately going to be back online, but in the zone, IG greeters welcoming them on the red carpet of death as GG has to be come in. No ult zone. Don't touch the no ult zone, Alex M. Ah, yes. Slim Monk. Monk not too big to touch. Oh! And can touch. Oh my
No!
I think he's almost ending. You know.
Yeah.
Fine. We got 30 seconds left.
They have to cleanse. Like, they'll be down 3-3-0 if they don't get this Karumi Bloom. Oh, the Akos F2 into the Palm Lightning. Oh, they might be down more than the Karumi in a moment. Yeah, there goes Alex M.
Well. 40 points doesn't feel too safe, and OUG's gonna fall at 32. WBG and RW have a chance right now to make a name for themselves, to bring this back. Clutch up round. Still a lot of kills to be had as 521 is going to claim one of the Spirit Balls. On the other side, WBG getting juggled right here. Not very fun happening in this Temiol as Jang eating a ton of damage. Cyber doing a good job of picking up his health, but now 521 Fat Milk diving in. Nice armor swap by WBG. PP on the Syra gives Jang on the Viper a purple armor, and now stun is going to be coming out. Unfortunately for WBG, PP is very low, and 521 is making the rounds, checking the vibes, checking the pulse, and we see WBG on the edge, and 521's Akame is going to find a kill onto PP as Pampy sitting on the outside, you know, securing the perimeter. As we move to the other side, YZG doing YZG things, 12 kills.
Yeah, just catching on to both IG and RW. who were reduced to sole members left, which YZG very quickly runs through. FPX still have full Yang depletion, WBG 2 players to be able to cleanse. They were able to keep up both the Viper and the ACOS. It cost them all of their ults. It also cost them all of the focus fire going out onto their Syra. So they're not going to really want to make all that much noise at the moment. Unfortunately for them, the Yang depletion situation will force their hand. You can't just go quietly into the night and deny eliminations to some of these teams. You have to try to recover and play for these kills with how close you are at breaking into that top 4 currently, especially for WBG. I think like a lot of these teams, especially YZG, like they don't have Yang depletion. They can just sort of sit back and allow things to play out. It's going to be up to FPX and WBG to make a play. As we can see, oh, WBG, did they get spotted out by FPX? Oversees them! The ACOS F2, Jiang's too low. He's going to go down to zone damage. And this is what I was worried about, Raven. WBG played it too safe. They don't have a lot of kills. They're still not within the top 4. For them, it all comes down to the last game, the mirror match. FPX, though, they're still going to be around. They've got one player to have to cleanse. Moonbane's going to come on through. And off of the back of that, no one else has Yang depletion, so no one's going to be forcing a fight as long as you don't get caught out taking too much damage and going low because of Bane.
We're seeing the Jade comp make it here. The monk is a weirdo wombo. A variation of Transformers we have yet to see in the Big 26. 5-2-1's making it work. 7 kills. Holding on to their position with a decent lead. They need a couple more kills to solidify it, but unfortunately they got YZG, Titans of the lobby, holding their line. But Pampy comes in, runs in and parries my man and says, this is our Spirit Well now, and immediately gets the double scoop with the grab. Flying Knives comes in, immediately gets Justina ulted, but it's not gonna. I spoke too soon. I thought it looked like he landed the hit and get the guaranteed grab. Did not. And 5-2-1 is gonna slow things down here. Is gonna give it to YZG. But YZG is double dipping. They're just going for everyone right now. FPX is in shambles. No armor to Kiki or Water's name. Says 5-2-1 is gonna pick off one of YZG's members now. Wait a second. 5-2-1 punching in their ticket. And again, we're gonna see a Scuff endgame. 2v2v1s.
Oh, huge Xander V1 just cutting off the reapproach from FPX's players, forcing them to have to go through the fire tick. As now, like you said, 2 versus 2 versus 1. Well, YC could still res their player, but unfortunately, I believe the Shenhuan is about to go down, and they're way too close to 5-1 side of the map. So no way that happens without you losing more players. The sacrifice must be made. QGG loses the weapon into the riposte coming on through from Water, taking us now into a 2 versus 2 versus 1 on the side of YZG. Pampy with the uppercut into the verticality from those Flying Knives, just full sending it. Hardy Cube comes into play, so Kiki at least gets out and enough distance to be able to come on through with that zip ultimate. The Hardy doing double time at the moment, keeping Pampy off his zip. Big parry from the pulsar, but he can't close up the distance to get the one-hit riposte chunk through. Gets intercepted by the Hardy yet again. Second Zenda ultimate comes onto the field as Akami starts to let the arrows loose. Multiple players having to be very careful that they don't take too much damage in this window. 17S hides as long as possible in the blink form of that Justina F. Comes out with the ultimate. Zone moves away, but Akami's bought 5-2-1 precious space to be able to stay within the confines of the wall and get the heal off uninterrupted. Dreadful Whale showcased, only now revealed, so YZG were not ready for the parry timing to stop it. Akami goes deep into the zone off of getting baseball batted over by the pole sword, but Pampy's been able to get another TN high ultimate on the field. Dreadful Whale hold Kiki's position in place for Pampy to be able to get the grab into a slam, into the double clap, and 5-2-1, no place, no terrain, no cover. Pampy gets another grab onto 17S, drops him into the zone to the point that he's going to lose all of his stamina, just getting back into the safety of the zone itself, now having to deal with the pulse sword coming on through from this Tian High.
1v1 Pampy versus 17S, and Pampy is going to get the opener. Uppercut combo, switches back to pulse sword, surprisingly, you know, very interesting. Oh, pulse sword versus Justina is very good, but Pampy's like, wait a second, I just took a million damage, let me just switch back to flying knives and release. High fives around, 5-2-1, very satisfied, and they set themselves up very pretty for last game. It's still a possibility that they could get pushed out, but it's going to be unlikely. And these guys, YZG, still, they've been showing all day that they are a step above everyone else, and they continue their dominance.
But YZG winning MVP denies the Zender comp the MVP. They're so close to having the new comp get a win. So close, but YZG will be able to pick up their 4th win out of a possible 5 for the day so far. Which means that, like, honestly, they were already 64 points before that game started. They might actually be ahead of 80 currently. Which is a wild performance. They'll likely be one of the few teams who are okay with the mirror match like happening, because everyone else, Raven, oh, it's so close. It's so close. Yet again, the rich got richer in terms of the point disparity.
Well. I kind of want to see again where the actual points is. It doesn't look like they're missing a step. It's just 17S finally looks a little bit mortal. You know, a couple mistakes. Nobody's perfect, Moxie. Not even 17S. And even though he makes a couple mistakes, still YZG has been so dominant today, and it just looks like all of their tactics are more clean. It's not one particular aspect. It's almost everything. Everything's a little bit tighter, a little bit sharper, a little bit quicker, and more organized. They make less mistakes, and their efficiency of taking teams down quicker is just so much better. Now, for your question, ladies and gentlemen, how many kills did GG get in game 5? What the? Is it A6, B7, C8, and D9? A hard question.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's not a hard question if you're the GG fan. All the GG players are like, I know this exact number.
Yeah, but GG weren't one of our last teams, which I think is what makes it a hard question. Because they were not within the last 3 teams involved in that 2 versus 2 versus 2, and then 1 versus 1 at the end. Some crazy matches that we've had, Raven. I cannot recall the last time that we got to see like 2 versus 1 versus 1 as frequently. A couple of one-offs, but definitely not multiple times in the same day.
Yeah, this last game was kind of a crescendo. Everyone was playing for keeps, and you called out WBG. They were not playing this very aggressively. Now, they got a decent lead, and they were hoping that someone else would make a mistake. Unfortunately, they kind of just get suffocated out and don't pick up any more kills, but they still did very, very good on this 5th round. First place, 17 points to YZG. Second place, 5-2-1 with 16 points. WBG with 8 there. Now looking at the overall stats, a lot of the horsepower coming out from 17S's Justina and Kukachu's Shuhan. Yushan is more of the Transformer support, just guaranteeing that the team doesn't get Viper stunned, and he peels for any shenanigans like Temi Ultimate, Monk shenanigans as well. Slam is coming after him, KGG, and we saw him creating space for his team. Now the overall standings, that's what I wanted to see. Ooh, YZG, 71 points, crushing the lobby. Second, third, and fourth though. Well, second and third, very, very close, 46 and 40. Not super comfy. I mean, 5-2-1 is a lot more comfy, but GG definitely on the cusp, and OUG, WBG on the cusp. Now, can RW and FPX really turn this around? The only way I see these teams having a chance is someone needs to kind of slow down YZG. Like, they need to get really unlucky off spawn with a like. They're the ones being the lettuce and tomato in the sandwich. Like, they're the ones who get sandwiched by everyone else. But unless they get upset early, it's gonna be so hard for these teams to get points, because these. Oh, that is why the monk got melted.
Flintlocks! I was hoping we'd get to see a little bit more Flintlocks action coming on through from Nbpl, since it's our first ranged weapon added since NARAKA's start. So we can have a look at these replays, the highlights brought to you by YZG's Game 5. 17S, like, yeah, these Justina freezes, and then this here, the double parry, and to look at the follow-up from the Shenhuan Li. Gets the Hardy through the activation of the ult, so no cubes to be able to get the zip out of dodge into a third parry. Looks for a fourth, gets caught by the overhold charge R&B, but still finishes off the kill. Which means that, yeah, Raven, I think 17S might be getting another MVP.
A nice nunchuck LNG cancel. Guarantee the win right there. Zipping almost. Got the opener, but 17S with the Justina. Nice camera placement, locking down all of these freebies.
Oh, it's the Yushan.
A little bit of support love today. Some support love as Yushan QGG, I believe. Yes, QGG is going to take the MVP. Most of his damage coming through his ultimate, running the fan. And interesting, he's running the fan. He gets freaking bomb lightning. Where did his fly?
Where are the knives?
We can have the OP Jade of Doom and not use the Doom and Destruction. MVP 2 times with the fluffy hair.
Iron Lotus as well. I think this is my first time getting to see the Iron Lotus legendary Soul Jade. But the Flintlocks, which gives you the really cinematic AoE spin. It's a very fun one, though sadly we don't actually get to see it pick up an elimination.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to our mirror match for the last game of the day. After this short break, it's going to be very, very close. Don't go anywhere after this short break. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, for game 6. It's going to be a close one. YZG, the only team very much secured punching in their ticket. Remember, top 4 are going to be going to the trios finals. And it's going to be a very, very close one. Remember, mirror matchup. It'll be very hard to focus fire anyone. And the mirror matchup, pretty sure we're locked in. Hadi, Enor, Zipping. We saw a little bit of shenanigans for game 2. We saw the Viper come in, and I was like, oh my god, not Viper mirror matchups again. It's just we saw Viper mirror matchups most of 2025. I kind of wanted something new for 2026. I'm not gonna lie, Enor has grown on me. I didn't like it at first. It's a little bit better. It's a little bit more interesting now that there's a lot more tactics to it. It's not just Enor jumping, mashing. There's a little bit of some science to it that the team has figured out. But who do you think? Do you think WBG is going to make it, Moxie, after they kind of were timid on this game 5? They were in a good position, but they left a little bit of meat on the table, you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, that's my worry, right? Because now they might try and go the opposite direction and overcook it. Like, by feeling like you have to do more, you put yourself into a position of just doing worse. Especially in these moments where game 6, this is your last chance. You lose your hot drop fight, you're in hot water, you don't get a chance to be able to go into Realm of Yang. You start seeing that, okay, we're just not getting these opportunities to get kills, so we're falling behind in score. If OUG continue as well, improving, like, I think for WBG, the best thing that they can do is scout OUG's drop path and just try to drop on them to take the fight, so that one of them gets to actually scale up into the first Realm of Yang, and the second has to play recovery.
So Moxie would go battle mode, Moxie. Just hot drop in, seize the destiny, and land on the teams closest to us. Because really, besides off spawn, it's going to be very, very hard to narrow down who is who, since everyone's the same composition. Now, off spawn, everyone has their common landing spots, and you can technically scout out as well when teams like to go into Yang, but it's not an exact science because things happen, teams get pushed off, and I would still say, like, focusing on your own game is going to be the name of the game here. But who is going to shine today? The spotlight is going to be on, I would say 5-1's, I'd say pretty locked in. They have to really throw in order not to make it. GG, OUG, and WBG. 3 veteran team names. OUG and GG still have the core of their members. WBG, some of their core members. But I think the funny thing going into this is the philosophy of playing to your strengths or playing the pure meta going to be the key. Now, this is pure meta right here when it comes to the hottie composition, so there's no excuse around this.
That's the concern too, though, right? Because if WBG is basically saying we don't want to play what the rest of the lobby is playing, that reads to me that they're putting a lot of time and practice into a comp that they're not going to be playing in this last game, which then splits the time that they have to be able to practice the one that they have to play now.
Yes, quite a predicament. When you play to your strengths, your weakness will always catch up to you. Consistency is always the average of what you are. Not your A game, not your worst game, but somewhere in the middle is really what your true games looks like. Your average game. And if your average game, you're not really working on the meta comps like you're saying, Moxie, the mirror matchup doesn't really favor you. Now, WBG is in the driving seat, but they're going against 2 pretty clutch teams in order to compete with, OUG and GG. The good thing is, though, you know these guys are confident, so you can confidently go into Yang and slow them down. And the problem is, you could run into their big brother YZG, who does not care right now. They've already been stomping, and they just got their foot on the gas. No brakes. They have no reason to slow down.
Do you think they dropped GG? since OUG would be harder to track, but do you think that they would drop on GG?
I mean, GG has pretty much shown they don't land in any of their normal spots anymore.
Well, they did land Twilight Pass earlier for the first game on Padoria, and they did land Imperial on Padoria. Not Padoria, Holoroth.
What's the last map for Game 6?
It should be Morris Isle.
Morris, right? Yeah, it's Morris.
Yeah. So
Or is GG in the cave?
is
What if
GG Secret Tunnel?
if they're not,
Have they moved out fully?
I feel like they're not gonna. Well, I mean, they do love the cave on daytime because it gives them an edge. It's just initial rage kind of makes it unnecessary. So, if I was a betting man, I would still bet that they were in the cave at this point because it's daytime.
Yeah. But the
if
risk
they're
is
not in the
if you
cave
go
right
for
now-
GG, then maybe another team drops on them as well. I feel like, honestly, if Cave is open as a landing spot, it's a good place to try to go because you'll run into GG or you'll run into a team expecting that they drop on GG instead. Look at the heart rates, by the way. OUG 141. Wait, they're not well. They don't have the opportunity to go for it.
They landed in the same spot they landed before, though.
Yes, maybe this is the new GG landing spot for Morris Isle. Maybe
Looking
they
like it.
truly have packed their bags and now look for timing attacks instead on the other teams.
That was one of the problems. In the cave in the top right, you don't really have a good rotation in if things go your way. You're mainly trying to play for late game, and like we were saying before, there is no late game anymore, and loot is not as hard to come by anymore in the mid game. The map
Yeah,
is
since there's
still
less
very
players
big.
now. There's less players to be able to pick up loot.
Less players, and you're able to salvage people's loot because people can't carry as much of their armors and weapons to late game. So very, very easy to play and find some loot. As we are going to kick off, go on one of the teams that we're sweating out right now, WBG. It's all about that off spawn, baby. We got the parry, but no punish off the start, as PP is going to be going up for the scale rush with sword, with the juggle. We're going to activate Papa's F2. Oh my goodness, we are on top of XXMU. Let my man breathe. Zipping on his knee coming out. XMU fades out, dumps his stamina, tries to find the parry, and ends up getting double charged and cooked, but his teammates coming back with the fire. Jang's gonna find that blue armor reset. PP is gonna find the armor reset, and he is gonna be able to pop ultimate and turn things around.
Oh, that Dragon Slayer's hit both of the WBG players, but PP gets his ult online. IG's XXL also gets his online to set up the Hardy Cube though, which means that Han might just be able to book it out of that. Oh, he gets taken down though with the Thundermark stance. And WBG, they got 2 kills. This is just a case of finishing up now before there's an opportunity to get third partied here in Shipwreck. As we can see, wait, is that a salty res? Did someone salty res in Shipwreck? XX moves back. Yeah, zip salty res.
Well, you gotta bring it back somewhere, and why not here? There's nothing wrong with a little bit of sodium to end your day. Raise that blood pressure, as BB is gonna get juggled up by, what is it, the Hottie? No, it is an Enor. Hans Enor flying up and down from the top ropes. Not gonna get any more value here, and now a little bit of a juggle situation. A juggle.
Not the staircase.
No one gets to play the game when your name is PP. Just non-stop stagger from my man. And now Jiang is gonna fall in WBG in a sticky situation, but LV They do still have their second life, but they want to be going in the opposite direction, as OUG, GG both got 3 kills off spawn.
Yeah, that's not good for WBG. The fact that both OUG and GG and 521 all won their hard drop fights. That's very rough news to have to bear. As WBG will have to play recovery, OUG ready, what, 2 sets of purple armor? Not quite sure what their third player's on blue. Okay, for the side of SS. And yeah, kills all on the board for their players. Only ult so far for them is SS's Hardy ultimate, however, as they're going to start rotating through Gorge and potentially running into IG, who are still up in Shipwreck Cove. As RW playing on Horseshoe, very far out of the way of the rest of people. Yep, there we go. OUG do run into IG with this rotation. IG will use a Moonbane. Well, they bought a Moonbane. Don't know if they're using it just yet. There it goes. Sounding off as XX Moves already down though. One person having to set up the Moonbane meant that they had to take a 3 versus 2. And now rely on the Moonbane doing that additional damage, locking these players in place. Oh, the Moonbane's good. It puts the pressure onto OUG and allows Hana actually to get on top of XX Move's corpse and start to pick him up as OUG, seeing that they've got a little bit of respite from being chased upon by IG, spaced out of the fight and might try to retake it once the Moonbane's done.
Moving to the other side of the map, RW trying to work their way up. They're a long shot, you know, but long shots sometimes go into the basket. As Water looking for a res right here. FPX, where are we on this? Also a long shot. Trying to rescue over inside the zone, but AB wants to dance. Nunny versus Katana. AB is going to sneak in the focus attack. Tries, baits out the parry, but now, wait a second. Wait a second. We just get focus attacked. As
Early release.
AB was doing a lot when he could have done a little and been a little bit more successful. As Kiki, you show him. Sneak in the focus stacks. Just sneak in the focus stacks. Now there's not much you can do against Electric Kebab. Oh, we got the ult and the F1 damage reduction. Wait a second. Space created.
Turnable. Over has the ult too, which means that FPX actually have more overall sustainability. RW's ult's done. That's a huge zip ult. Water keeps up pressure onto Youth. Long enough for Over to be able to come along too and just drop him with the jump RMBs on this Eno. There's nothing that RW could do. The fact that Kiki lives is crazy. And FPX, they're still in discussion for top 4. They're not out of this.
24 points. I mean, what did we saw? 17, 18 points today. So 24 plus 18, 30. Yeah, 42.
Yeah, it's doable.
They can do it. They gotta frag out if they hope to make it. First Yang, it's gonna say a lot to who can do it, as everyone's gonna be mashing E to get in there. And this is generally what we've seen for Game 6. It's just every team is trying everything.
YZG got all of their players for. I was so worried, Raven. I saw only 2. I was like, oh no, did someone get griefed by the Eno app? But no. Active 3 versus 3, and this is a fight that OUG absolutely have to win. Scale Rush coming out onto QGG, trying to force the Eno ult early. They've already ripped off all of the blue armor. Baby is going to come through with the Eno ult, turning instead onto the rest of YZG's players because they forced the Eno to have to space out of the fight and get a heal off. They think that there's an opportunity for them to find a 2 versus 1 situation. 17S already has to use the Hardy ult as a result, which means that OUG, holding onto both SS and Pixel, when the Eno ults are done, will be at advantage.
Well, baby you. Full health, no Enor ultimate. Looking to lock down QGG, but QGG doing a good job of kiting out this situation. Baby you know, it's not forcing the issue. Instead, taking in the scenery. Doesn't see 17S down at 1 HP get by him, and QGG has just been doing a very good job to slow down the pace, and he's been cursed, slowing down the pace and speeding up his own death. As Baby U's going to be looking for the flank right here, gets parried himself, but it's a 3v1 situation. Zipping, not much you can do except stall this out. Actually, maximum grief? No. No maximum grief.
That would be crazy. I mean, the moment he gets caught by one charged RMB from that whip sword into follow-up charge MB from Hong sword, it's done. As WBG when there's GG 5-1 still going. It looks like 5-1 are going to be able to come out on top though, as they've been able to secure 2 eliminations off onto GG's players. Oh no, it timed out. CJS lived long enough. We got a timeout situation.
Well. Wait, but timeout situation, but did GG have teammates to res him?
No, it timed out. CJS managed to live to the timeout against, I think it was 2 players on the side of 5-2-1.
Oh. We are going to go back to the highlights of WBG versus... What is this? Can't see the name. IG. XMU is going to get shocked a little bit of Piva. Piva immediately switches targets to the Enor for the peel. Dodges in and out. Doesn't get Han coming out of the Enor alternate, but he is going to trade heals right here. Going for the sustain route as Hadi very, very low on WBG. They are going to connect onto the zipping, forcing out the ult very, very quickly. 2v1ing her, but from the flank, IG comes in. Cavalry Bloom pushing PP away, but he has his eyes locked in on the zipping, but he has to start defending his back. This Hadi LV is chopping away at his legs. Now, they did delay their zipping ultimate, picking up a lot of their health. And now PP paying him back, giving him a taste of his own medicine as he comes flying in and executes Han. Now WBG with a ton of momentum right here, just has the last Hadi to finish off. A little bit of a formality, but 1 HP in a dream. No dreams were made in that Yang.
What situation do we return to? Because IG have lost 2 of their players, not being able to find a cleanse. GG 5-1, YZG, all still on Yang depletion. YZG's been able to cleanse the Hadi, but that is currently it. As, yeah, we're fighting in the zone. It's still early days, so zone damage, not that much. You can still survive. As LV in the Hadi ult sets up the cube. Tries to chase down Cuckoo, who wants to get this kill. Because every kill counts for WBG at the moment. Plus, they've got Vermilion Bird's Might. So, might as well use the last few moments of it to try and lock this last player down. This was what you said though, Raven. These teams, they had to be able to stop the momentum coming on through from YZG. And that has happened. YZG got timed out in their realm of Yang, got hit by Yang depletion, and have only the Hadi currently alive, as GG not in a great situation themselves currently. Forced the zip ultimate from the side of the Kamo, but they've got all 3 players with Yang depletion, less than a minute to be able to cleanse it, embroiled in a fight with multiple teams here at Junction. Everyone with Yang depletion is desperately trying to get these kills and survive, but CJS is about to go down to fire tick damage. Baby U from behind catches him with a musket as he tries to disengage, and OUG are able to benefit from the fight. They did not have Yang depletion. They just take advantage of everyone having to fight who did have it.
Yeah, fighting in zone has been quite the new standard for everyone, especially these early zones. Just not really worrying about getting heals off.
That's GG. That's GG done.
43 points, you know, it's looking... I mean, it's still qualifying. They got to hope for WBG to not bring this back, as OUG is still clawing their way up. They want to get a little bit more of a cushion. 11 kills to their name. They are firing in all cylinders right now, as they see FPX, who is very hungry for kills right now, but GG inside zone. LXM can't do anything about this. FPX is gonna find the kill on him, and now GG is gonna have to wait at the sidelines to see whether or not WBG can get 4 more points. Moxie, as OUG is gonna keep on their terror, and we had tons of people alive, and now we only have 10.
Well, WBG are in realm of Yang, but so far no one's actually stepping up to challenge them. OUG, off of the kills that they picked up there in that junction fight, overtake GG. So that's crucial, because it means that WBG now don't have to worry about a team who are currently in the lobby and can just increase the distance lead. They have to worry about a team who are already out, and now a line is drawn in the sand. They get free Realm of Yang, which is good. It means that they'll get loot and buff. What's bad is that it means they lose the opportunity to get free extra kills without having to worry about being third-partied. So, a little bit quieter in terms of the overall score impact on the side of WBG. FPX 27 points with this many players left in the lobby. I don't know if it's possible for them to be able to qualify, especially if OUG decide to take this fight against them here on the outskirts of Celestra. Baby U comes on through with that F to open things up, swaps over to the musket, really putting the pressure on through with this legendary pulsar doing so much damage. Kiki is already down as we get the ult, but the damage has already been done. FPX are down a player. They have not been able to peel. This is just to try to keep water up, but Baby U has ult to be able to match. And OUG, at the moment, just have to worry about how long this fight actually goes. YZG are showing up, but they won't want to commit to the fight because they've got a rebuff charm, which they used, and are now looking for a third-party opportunity. But in all of this, Raven, I ask, where is WBG? They have to start getting more kills.
I mean, they can't find the kill. They have to find someone in order to kill them. Now that everyone's into Celestia, though, not the most ideal spot to lock down kills, as we are coming down to the closer of the day. 11 people left alive. WBG not very comfortable. They know they need to find kills, and kills they find, as FPX is going to lose over YZG and OUG are going to be bounding, so that's very nice for WBG. They're not going to get sniped out.
Mystic Mike too.
It's just now that the zone and some of the lobbies moved over to Celestia, very, very hard to lock down teams and players in this position.
Okay, so what this means is they have to get 8 kills and a first place finish, or 10 kills and a second place finish, is how they'll be able to score into the top 4. They're on 8 kills, Raven. That's real close. Get first place, they're in. 2 more kills and a second place finish, they're in. GG are going to be starting to sweat.
You never want to be stuck in a lobby in these moments. That's why WBG's play thing is slow. I get it. I get it. It's like you have your destiny in your own hands still if you're still alive in the lobby. Now, trading out, I would say the more profitable thing is probably to take a little bit more risk early on with the right scouting utility, but there's no way to predict just how volatile these end games are. A lot of the teams just running at you, not trying to play a safe scenario. So it's very hard to not get focus fired and jumped on by many teams. So one thing that you do have going for you is that everyone's the same comp. So you can kind of kite between other teams and lose the scent as long as they don't lock in to which weapon you're using.
Something that like is also impacting just the quietness of the atmosphere at the moment. No one outside of WBG went Realm of Yang. No one else had, like, no one went into a situation of Yang depletion. The next Yang depletion that we'll see will be around failure to capture the Spirit Well.
And we are going to get a 3v3v3. And before all the marbles for WBG, OUG, not sure where their competitors are. Now, as spectators, we kind of know where everyone's at right now, but in-game, these guys are all still sweating it, thinking that they need to perform their absolute best and leave nothing to chance. Just try to win this game outright. Spirit Well posturing for that initial position all day today. We've seen, though, the first two teams to get onto Spirit Well are not the teams who get it.
Yeah. They're the ones who get all of the pressure from everyone else in the lobby. I mean, that happened in Jacob too. Oh, Flintlock's coming on through from QGG, just playing on the Spirit Wall itself, trying to keep everyone else at arm's length. Flamer, though, is going to make that a real hot seat to try to sit on when you capture the Spirit Well. Peak gets taken to a ride in that uppercut. QGG has to come on through with the Eno ult very early on, just trying to put the pressure onto the Zip, force that ultimate, force his team to have to turn around and peel for him, because if they don't, Peak is about to go down. There's Baby Hugh, but that Zip is so low. This could still result in the kill, and the whole time, WBG have 3 of their players on the Spirit Well taking advantage of the fighting currently going on between OUG and YZG. GG head in their hands right now as they watch WBG. They're about to cap for free. They've already got the Eno for the double ult cycle, and here they go. 1 kill, 1 more required, and they're in the top 4.
Clutch up time for WBG. I wonder if the total points already puts in placement points. It's not gonna matter though, because OUG's Baby U is gonna fall to WBG, and tough break for GG as WBG might have punched their ticket into finals already. Peak trying to hold on to this round, and like I was saying earlier, you need YZG to have a bad game for once, and YZG, even though they're alive right now, 3 kills is a lot lower than what they were doing earlier. Now, I'm not a mathematician.
Top 2. If they got the 10 kills, it was a top 2 finish. If they got 8, it was a top 1. Oh, they got the tome. They're getting more than 10. They're getting 11. I think, Raven, WBG might just have clutched it up, unless Phoenix Blast coming on through, but PP gets the Zip F. And yet again, YZG and OUG, they're just scrapping it out for who can stay further away from the team with the buff. They're just cannibalizing each other's chances, and GG's along with them.
Well, WBG is going to find a connection onto OUG's Peak. SS is going to fall directly afterwards. And OUG is going to be holding their breath. Did we make it? Did we make it? Yes, you did, OUG. You punched in your ticket because GG fell. And everyone falls very, very quickly as WBG plays to their strengths and qualifies. Look at that smile. That's a big smile. That's a big smile from LV.
GG are going to be like, what were you doing, guys? You gave them Spirit Well for free.
He knows that was big. It was big for them to get this one through.
I mean, they had to. Like, they had to get those kills. The fact that they got Spirit Well, like, there was some contesting for it. And then the moment that the teams just start fighting for who gets to kill Peak, all of that fighting, all of the scrutiny that occurred on the wind-up of Spirit Well's founding, that all just disappears. No one else turns and looks. And they go, okay, cool, well, we've got it. Let's just invest first all and full send run at them. Get the kills required, split the teams, guarantee that when the ults run out, we've still got 3 players up, and the rest of the teams are already reduced.
Well, I feel kind of bad for GG because they played very, very well today. Had a massive game, and it's how volatile the last round is. It's because they weren't in the cave, Moxie.
It was the Yang depletion fight. It was the Yang depletion fight that happened around Junction, where OUG were able to pull ahead of them. Because with WBG popping off to that extent, it was always going to be a question of which team do they overtake. Would it have been GG or would it have been OUG? And because GG lost that fight, lost their players, OUG were able to overcome GG's position, push them down, and then WBG climbed over them.
What a play for WBG to bring it back. We counted them out a little bit in Game 5. They played it a little bit safe, but consistency is the key. They kept it slow and steady. They played to their strengths, smile, and punched in their ticket with the last game with a big clutch up. YZG needed to have a bad game in that position. Kind of slow, took their foot off the gas, actually. We're just like, yeah, you know what? We're just not going to do good this game and throw everything into chaos as everyone was duking it out. No end game as everyone wanted every point possible. And it just wasn't enough for GG, OUG, WBG get it through.
That's an upset though. The fact that GG won't be in the finals for stage 2 on Sunday. Huge kudos as well to the teams that were able to make it. YZG, we knew. We were sending them bags packed already by the time we hit game 3. Everyone else though came down to the wire for a lot of those teams.
Game 1 for me, game 1 for me. I was like, YZG's on another level. I said it.
Really? You were like, after you saw them in the martial arts, you're like, yeah, okay, YZG for sure, top of the scoreboard.
I mean, I had already seen him in previous tournaments, plus Taki told me that they're one of the demons now. And remember, they used to be KLA, even though they don't really have any of their original roster at this point. But their fighting has just been out of this, just way beyond everyone else. You can just see it every step of the way. They're slightly faster than everyone else. It reminds me of what TE does to their lobby. But we're seeing the clutch up from WBG. Who's the MVP gonna go to? Zipping? That's a lot of healing.
Maybe the Zip?
I don't understand how they do MVP anymore. At a loss. Is it most damage? Is it the most healing? Is it the
I mean, it could be the combination of stats, or maybe it's like if you clutched out the round, then you get the MVP for the most clutch play. If you're the reason your team walks away with the win.
Oh, yeah,
I don't know if everyone pulled their weight on the side of WBG, in my eyes. They won their Realm of Yang. They won their Spirit Well. They did not go down as well. They didn't look vulnerable in comparison to the rest of the teams around them.
We didn't talk about 521 and their consistency too. They did well in martial arts, and they pretty much only had one bad game. I would say 5 points is an I-8 game, but 3 points is definitely a bad game. Consistency. They had 2 really, really big games, and they stayed consistent throughout the whole tournament. And looking very good, representing the global side, getting it through 2 finals, punching in their ticket. As we are going to look at the highlights of the last game of the day, the mirror matchup, the Enors going at it. A lot of ISO fights going on as we saw the 1.5 release into AB. AB was like, yes, we're going to do this dance for a little bit longer, right? No. End it now with a focused attack. Now this was surprising. I mean, it was all very, very close. I just think that the multi-way fights just didn't go GG's way here. Tough part of the mirror matchup. It's very easy to get swamped by everyone going at it. It's a very snowball heavy situation if you're trying to qualify. You need to get looted up, and you need the ult rotations to kind of go your way. You don't really want to go first in this situation, but you also can't be too passive. So it's just very, very tough to kind of pilot it, and a little bit unlucky for GG, I gotta say. A little bit unlucky in this position, and I still stand by this, Moxie, because they weren't in the cave.
Yeah, maybe next time we see GG, they'll be back in secret tunnels. Okay, let's have a look. It's PP who walks away with the MVP. Blue Jades coming on first, stack the damage reduction as well as the attack and health soul jades so that he has extra survivability coming on for in that ult state. Skills and ultimates, no surprise, doing the majority of his damage. In fact, almost half of his damage with 7.2k healing coming on through as well. Like I said, everyone on WBG in that game though, like, really pulled their weight.
Interesting. I wanted to see more of whether or not like Yushans and Enors were going health jades. This is the second time I've seen an MVP where an Enor or a Yushan has gone health jades. Normally we've seen just triple melee, triple attack. I'm wondering, maybe in the mirror matchup, Enor is focus fired a lot more than the other characters. Normally it was like zipping getting picked off. It's definitely not Hottie.
I mean, in the realm of Yang, there was a lot of pressure on the Enors to try and like break the armor and force the earlier Enor ult.
Because he's definitely not going health jades for the heal-off situation. So it has to be that everyone's feeling that the Enor is getting pressured a lot, and stacking health jades is actually very important. Interesting. Very interesting little snippet looking under the hood. What an exciting day. YZG showing their dominance, 5-1, showing their consistency. WBG showing their clutch factor. And what's the last team?
WBG, YZG, 5-1, OUG.
Oh, and then OUG, another classic Titan. And an upset of the day. It's bound to happen. GG. You know, I'm still going to stand by new rule set. GG's one of those teams too, like DRG, that's kept their roster the same for a long time. Maybe they might start considering a new roster. But something to consider is going to be an interview, ladies and gentlemen, before we close out the rest of our day.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to post-game interview. And now I'm standing here with our player and let him say hello to our audience.
Hello， 大家好，我是 CS。
欢迎是 CS 来到我们的赛后采访。Welcome to the post-game interview. And first, I would like to know, so how's the feeling for today's matches for the YZG and how you guys just address and you guys had excellent performance today. 先来问一下是 CS 啊，今天对于 YZG 来说，整体感觉大家的这个状态啊、心情啊怎么样？以及在之前的比赛失利后，对 YZG 来说做了哪些调整呢？
今天的状态的话，只能说大家都正常发挥吧。然后因为前一天没打好，然后大家回去总结了一下，然后就是针对一下问题加练了一下就没了，其他就没了。
哎，可以，其实我这边比较近距离的观察，才会感觉到你们这个加练的辛苦，因为感觉你黑眼圈都比前段时间重了一些，对不对？那 今天结束之后有一天的时间，还是要抓紧赶紧休息一下，后天再期待你们的发挥，好吗 ？Okay, so for us, I think we are like just a normal performance for today, but actually, I would like to say like the last matches day we have like really bad status, and that's why after that we just like cooperate together and we communicate a lot about the matches, and after that we like train a lot. That's why we can have like excellent performance today. And also I would like to say not be too tired for Team YZG. You really did great job. 还是要再次说，你们真的今天做得很棒，好好休息后面。好的，我们也来看一下接下来我们有奖问答题目。Let's move on to next part. Answer for treasure.Okay, so now we can see the question is, which hero did 17S use in the game 6? 这道题目呢是在刚才这把比赛当中 17S 用到了是哪个英雄呢？说回我们今天的比赛 Okay, so let's back to the matches. I would like to know, so I think your ambition for the team YZG, you guys are the championship. And for you, so like how many teams like you just think you are your biggest opponent for you?You guys， 那这边要问一下，毕竟因为迎来的是我们第二赛段的一个决赛嘛，对于 YZG 来说，你们觉得接下来要面对的最大的对手会是哪些战队？能不能说一下原因呢？
最大的对手还是我们自己吧。
那为什么是自己？因为其他的时候采访可能更多会听到在3排当中啊，可能会说TE 啊、狼队啊这样子，然后为什么在你们看来最大的对手反而是你们自己呢？
因为首先你把 ID 遮住，你也不知道对方是谁嘛。只要自己正常发挥，做到自己该做的，那就基本上输不了。
To be honest, because I think in the Trolls game, if you don't have the ID, so we don't know like each other, which team are they from. And for us, I think still ourselves is our biggest opponent. You just need to like cross the mountain, which named yourself, and then you can get the success. 我其实听到了一个非常非常不同寻常的答案，也让我眼睛一亮啊。那我觉得应该准备好给大家送出福利了。接下来就让我们一起进入倒计时。
3, 2, 1
Screenshot. Okay, let's find out the correct answer. 也有请周涛给我们公布一下正确答案是哪个？
答案是 B.
Yes, the correct answer is B. Okay, I would like to know, so for 17S, so for you, so far in like this new season, how you comment on yourself, and also because we have the new patch today, so how you think it will affect in the Trolls game? 这边也想问一下，其实我们可以看到这周我们也是迎来了新版本。周涛觉得这个新版本的话，对你们队以及对你个人来说会有怎么样的影响呢？
就是进第一轮回阳镜之前得考虑很多自己的装备是否支持打这一轮回阳镜，因为这一轮回阳镜输了之后，你的阳虚时间特别少，如果你没找到架，或者说你打得比较晚的话，可能就解不掉阳虚，就直接死了。
Okay, so for us, I think the new match patch is like we need to be careful after the like first Young application before in the realm of Beyond, and you have to be very careful because if you lost like before the first Young application, and after that it's hard for you to like cooperate and to the end of the game, and it's really hard for the team who just lost at the beginning. 好的，再次感谢周涛来到我们的赛后采访，再次感谢你，也期待你们接下来后天会有个精彩的表现。Okay, let's looking forward to the game like the day after tomorrow and have a good rest. Okay, 好好休息。好 ，Thank you for today's interview, and we will get back to our casters.
And we are back. 17S class act. Definitely my MVP of the day. 17S, he definitely showed how dominant he is. And really didn't really make many mistakes today, I gotta say. Played flawlessly. And I gotta say, I'm looking forward to seeing what the finals lobby is gonna look at with the demons of this lobby. Oh my goodness. It's gonna be one of the hardest lobbies put together. Earlier this season, everyone was trying to figure out the new rule set, you know. It was still very weird for everyone. Martial arts was still being figured out. The 8-man battle royale was trying to be figured out. But now, I gotta say, everyone's finding their stride, getting their edges, and really polishing going into this last leg of the season. So I'm super excited to see all of these sharp blades to be clashing with each other. It's always my personal joy to see the highest form of the game being played, and I really feel like we're going to be seeing such a hard version of NARAKA being played in this Trios finals.
I mean, what's going to be really exciting too is the fact that WBG made it through, Raven. we're going to get to see not just like the full meta comps, but also that Tessa, Temi, Wu-Cheng comp.
Oh my god.
That everyone's going to have to deal with potentially griefing. Because that means that the phases won't be locked. Which phase the WBG plays with TE, SR, Wolves, XKG, YZG, 521, WBG, and OUG, the phase that they're in is not guaranteed to be both teams locking and locking it out of contention for the rest of the teams. So potential triple Viper comps, potential triple Yushan comps. Maybe we get to see more of that Zenda composition, although FPX sadly did not make it through. But I mean, some teams picked it up and looked good with it.
And the secret sauce. I mean, you're going with WBG of being the weird sauce, as and then having something strange. But I always look to TXJ to show us something different. Maybe SR. They're definitely two of my favorite teams now. TE and SR kind of leading the way, but you can't count on everyone here hitting super hard. I'm always gonna be cheering for 521, the only non-CN team, and showing all of their hard work for the past couple of years is paying off. We are gonna see the total points, looking at the league as a whole. Alliance all the way at the bottom, tied with OUG and 521. WFG, FPX at 10-12. FPX and WBG both tied as SS1 with 14 and IG with 18. After the first stage 1 and 2, DRG at 18, YZG at 20, XKG at 25, RW at 28. Then we start jumping up. Wolves, SR 30. TE at 45, and at the top, wow, GG. But GG didn't qual.
Yeah, like, look at the difference. 40 points stage 1. Stage 2, 14. Like I said, Raven, it's a big upset that GG don't make it. Because that probably means that they'll lose their place at 1 to someone like TE or SR.
Yeah, a little bit of a ball drop or an upset, as you were saying, Moxie. Very strange that GG had an off day today. That would have been cool to see their interview of what went wrong today as well. But still, tomorrow, solos finals. We're gonna get that MVP system going with the martial arts, get it going. Still, with the importance of winning the martial arts, because every point does matter. Spider ended in the first week super duper fast. It's left nothing on the table, and I'm sure everyone is going to be adjusting. Copycat league, everyone learns from week to week. Solo is going to be very exciting with how big mechanics have been this season. So many players have changed up their play styles with the dueling coaches, content creators helping out with a lot of the pro league players. It's definitely stepped out so much of the solo players' games. Bomb dodging becoming so big, and everyone's spacing just going to another level. It was only a couple players were doing a lot of the advanced tech, but now almost every single player is using variations of it. Maybe in the future they'll change it, but for now, it's very tricky out there in solos. I haven't really seen it in trios as much, but make sure to tune in tomorrow to catch the cutting edge, really, of dueling in NARAKA.
Yeah, especially because that's stage finals, which means stage final exclusive drops will be enabled when you're watching on Twitch with your account linked. Champion Bubble this time around. Stage 1 was the avatar icon, so make sure that you don't miss that one. But that will be it. We've sent 4 teams home. We've sent 4 teams forward. NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League 2026 Spring Split will be back with the solo finals for Stage 2 tomorrow. Until then, take care, everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.